Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, September 14th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORIONNWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Minnesota Vikings versus the Philadelphia Eagles. TNF, Thursday Night Football. Let's freaking go. I am ready, and I hope we end up getting some scoring tonight. But we got Jay Jetta, Kirk Cousins on one side coming into Philadelphia, and you got Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith on the other end. This should be fun. I can't wait for this game to start. Your boy Simple in the building. If I was going to make a bet, are you doing by point spread or straight up? I was going to say betting on the Eagles would be the safe bet, I would assume. Now, is there a chance that Philly plays bad and Minnesota goes off and Cousins has like 3 touchdown passes, 2 to Jay Jetta for like 160, and then the Minnesota Vikings end up winning by 3, 23-20, something of that nature? Yeah, that possibility is in the air, but I would assume the Eagles should be able to get this. I mean, it's a pretty better friendly type of matchup, and I would assume 90% of the people that are betting on this game are going to be betting for Philadelphia, regardless if you like the Eagles or if you don't like them, or you like Minnesota or you don't like Minnesota. Money line, you bet 50. You lost 80 last night to the Dodgers. Oh, that's tough. What is the money line? I'm going to look it up on Vegas here real quick. Hold on, let me take a look. It's got Philly by 6. Oh, that's tough, because what happens if they only win by a field goal or 4 points? Or hell, what if they only win by 5? So you pretty much have to bank that the Eagles are going to win by a touchdown or more, or you lose. If it ends up, being a tie, then you lose too. So, oh baby, Brandon in the building, Simple in the building. What's good? How are you guys? Hopefully everything is going good in your guys' lives. And then end up getting the thumb situated. On the left, we got our boy Jay Jetta, Justin Jefferson. And on the right, we got Jalen Hurts. Let's go. I feel I'm really starting to become a pro at these thumbs, because I was like looking at everyone else's thumbs that's doing the NFL. My thumbs are top notch. Like, I had to learn how to do it, but I compare my thumbs compared to everyone else that's doing the game. I mean, at some point, there's going to be people reaching out to me, paying me $20 to $40 for a thumb. And I don't want to be able to give my style away. This is my own style. But, when you work hard at something, you can definitely see the results if you know the techniques. And this one looks good. You got the logos in there, not too big, not too small. You got the player images. You got to have that. Let's go, baby. I'm ready to go. But again, I would not be shocked if Minnesota steals one. Like I said, they ended up losing a heartbreaker to the Buccaneers week 1. So they're going to be motivated to try to get their first win of the year. The Eagles ended up beating the Patriots. So I feel that they're kind of skating by. So this is a little bit of a trap game. Let me see what the money line. Spread is 6. The money line, plus 205 for Minnesota, and then minus 250 for Philly. Ooh, over under 49. Oh, baby. Berta in the building. What's good? I would assume that the Eagles will win, but again, the Vikings are going to be more motivated, and you got to think there's a few players, Kenneth Gainwell not playing, Bradbury not playing. So there's a few, I think there's 4 Eagles that are out that could be key contributors. So anytime you end up having a guy like Kenneth Gainwell, who was their RB1 last week, he's out. Now, luckily they have DeAndre Swift, Boston Scott, and Rashard Penny. So they got 3 other guys to fill the load, and that's why they have the 4 horsemen, right? So I'm not really worried about the running game falling off, but not having Bradbury there, that could definitely affect the defense and the schemes. But even with that being said, the Eagles look like they could be a Super Bowl caliber team, NFC championship game type of team, top 3 team in the NFC. But with the Minnesota Vikings, they may miss the playoffs this year. You got the Packers and Lions looking a little bit better. The Vikings look better than the Bears, but it looks like they're going to drop off a little bit. No Adam Thielen, no Dalvin Cook. Obviously, if you can't beat the Buccaneers week 1, which you definitely should have, that's a little bit of maybe of a, foregone conclusion, like, foreshadowing, looking ahead, that maybe Minnesota, ends up being like 9-8 or 8-9. Maybe they don't get to 10 wins and they miss the playoffs, and maybe Detroit gets to 10 or 11 wins. Same thing with the Packers, or maybe even a little bit more. You never know. Between the Packers and the Lions, maybe 10 to 12 wins is appropriate, but you never know. Let's go. Berto, Eagles fan. We have a lot of Eagles fans that represent the channel on the NWSF. So definitely excited for this matchup. I've been busting out reaction videos left and right. And the countdown to 20,000 subscribers is on. As you can see the ticker below, we are a mere 34 subscribers away from 20,000. So hopefully we end up getting into the algorithm today. I don't necessarily need to be rated by anybody. We're big enough that we can, grind it out on our own. And as long as I keep grinding out reaction videos, on the college and the NFL side, as well as doing these live streams for the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NASCAR, and wrestling, AEW, WWE, will be just fine. But I'm ready. I am so excited for this matchup. And I do fantasy, obviously, on the channel. And it's very, very big in my life. I've been doing it for many, many years. I've never finished lower than third. And I feel my team is a championship caliber. And like I said, I got Jay Jetta, so definitely, and I'm going against Jake Elliott in this matchup. So the team looks pretty fire. I'm projected for the most points, I think, every week, pretty much throughout the whole season. I got Patrick Mahomes, Ramondre Stevenson, David Montgomery, Jay Jetta, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mark Andrews, and I got Keenan Allen, Bucks D, and I got Moody, Niners' new kicker, right? And that's already projected 133. That's higher than everyone in the league. And then check it out, my backups. Rashad White for the Bucks projected for 15. Daniel Carlson projected for 7.6. Eagles D on the bench because I got the Bucks 5.1. I'm not letting them go. They got me 11 last week against the Pats. Mike Evans on the bench 13.6. Sam Laporta 8.6. I'll plug him in if Andrews is injured with the quad. Brock Purdy is my backup quarterback to Patrick Mahomes. And I got Jaguars D for next week when they go against the Texans. So, when you want to build a championship caliber team in fantasy, you have to make sure that you have every piece utilized, even on the bench. There is not one spot on my bench that I wouldn't consider putting into the starting lineup. And if your fantasy team does not sound or look like that, then you're probably not going to win a championship or finish in the top three. You have to make sure that your starters are good, but you don't want to have just guys collecting dust on the bench. You want to make sure you're upgrading every single week and you have two starting groups, like a starting A and a starting B. And usually whenever I play fantasy, my bench is going to be better than team number 9 and team number 10, their starting unit in the league. So if you know that your backups are better than team 9 and team 10 starters, then, chances are you're going to be in run for a championship or at least a championship run. Big facts. Let's go, baby. Michael in the building. Fly, Eagles, fly. What's good, brother? Let's go. I think the Eagles are going to be very, very good. The record, it could vary just because the schedule is harder this year. Anytime you end up being a first-place team, you get a first-place schedule. If you end up having a last-place, record, you get a last-place schedule. So a lot of times when, certain teams have this breakout year, it also depends if you have a third or fourth-place schedule, and then you have like a shitty division that maybe you're beaten up on, like maybe the NFC South or the AFC South within the last couple of years. And if you play those type of divisions, you might end up going undefeated, and that's 4 wins right there. And then if you end up having a good record in the division, let's say 5-1, then automatically you're already at 11 wins just by playing, a weak division. And then obviously doing pretty well. You'll be around 9-10 wins. I mean, if you go undefeated, you'll be looking at 6 wins, 6-0, plus the 4 games in the other division. Or if you go 5-1, that would be 9 wins. So, I mean, you only need to get a few more to be able to make the playoffs. So I think with the Eagles, they're very, very good. Worst case scenario for Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts gets hurt for a couple games, as well as some of their key players like Big Play Slay, Fletcher Cox, Jalen Carter, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. If all these bad things happen for Michael and Berto, right? I think the worst you guys are going to finish, the worst 10 wins. And that's better than 99% of the league, right? But if you guys can stay healthy even with the harder first place schedule, 11 to 14 wins sounds good because no one's going to go undefeated. And, typically you're going to lose a couple games, rivalry games in the division. Maybe you lose one or two there, right? Maybe to like Washington or to Dallas. And then also on the flip side, there might be some teams that are kind of tough on the schedule where, or maybe a team that you're overlooking like tonight. Like this is a trap game for Philadelphia in my eyes. They're 1-0. They're comfortable. They're at home. They feel like, okay, we're going to win this game. This is our home opener. They've been drinking a lot of beer. They've been throwing back the shots. Philadelphia is a vibe, right? Minnesota lost week 1 to the Bucks. They shouldn't have. Jay Jetta didn't get in the end zone. So what do you think is going to happen today? Jay Jetta is going to be a focus. Big play Slay can be out there. Bradbury is not. So don't be surprised if Jay Jetta scores once or twice and gets 80 to 150 yards tonight. Now, I don't know if it's going to be good enough to win. I doubt it because the running game isn't that good. The offensive line is suspect. Same thing with the defense for Minnesota. But, if they get lucky with an interception on Jalen, a sack lunch, a punch out, a punt return or kick return for a touchdown, something extra, that's what's going to keep Minnesota in the game. So instead of them losing by 7 to 17, maybe the score will be within 10 points or less. Obviously, on the betting side, they're assuming that the Eagles are going to win by a touchdown or more. But like I said, if Jay Jetta goes off for 150 and 2 touchdowns, or even like 110, I mean, that's already 14 points right there, right? And then you got to bank a couple field goals for Minnesota. So right there, that would be 20. And then are they getting anything from Kirk Cousins or the running backs? So, Minnesota could score 20 to 28 points. I don't know if they will against this Philadelphia defense. And then if Philly is rolling, hell, Philly could put up 30, 40, 50 points. But with this game, it could be a little bit lower scoring than people anticipate. Kevin Hart was in the pregame show, and I think he said like 17-14. I don't think it's going to be that low scoring. Minnesota's defense is a little suspect, but they didn't do that bad week 1 against Tampa, and that was kind of a similar score that we had. But whose offense is better? Baker Mayfield with Mike Evans and Godwin with my Bucks, or Jalen Hurts, who could be the MVP this year, with A.J. Brown, who's a top 10 receiver, Devontae Smith, who's probably a top 12 receiver, Dallas Goedert, a top 6 tight end, one of the best offensive lines in the country. Lane, you got Lane Johnson, you got Jason Kelce, you got all kinds of guys there. And then the defense, even though Fletcher Cox is getting older, Jalen Carter has to be not only single-handedly one-on-one, people are double team and triple teaming him from New England last week. So Jalen Carter, he might have had some character issues, going into the draft. The guy is the next closest thing to maybe a baby Warren Sapp, Aaron Donald, like maybe an Aaron Donald, Warren Sapp 3.0. We can't say 2.0 just yet because we got to be able to see him have a full season. But it's very possible Jalen Carter might get 8 to 15 sacks this year, and he's good enough to get 2 or 3 in a game. So I'm very interested to see how the O-line will be able to match up with the D-line and who's going to end up winning that matchup. But I would assume that, the Lamborghini is going to be Jalen Hurts, obviously Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, like all the star pieces, right? But with the Lambo and the Ferrari, if there's no gas, which is the Philly O-line and D-line, you're not going anywhere. So I would assume, Minnesota doesn't have a top O-line. They don't have a top D-line. They don't have a top defense. They have Kirk Cousins, who's good, but he struggles in prime time sometimes. Jay Jetta is the best receiver, on planet Earth. But still, with that being said, no Adam Thielen to take off the pressure. No Dalvin Cook. You got Madison, who's good enough to get 100 yards and do a couple tutties too. But the vibe is different. It just seems like maybe the Vikings got worse. The Bears got a little bit better, but they're still in 4th place. And then maybe the Packers are about the same, even though they lost Rodgers. They got slightly worse, it seems. But, Jordan Love thrown for like 2 to 3 tutties. They don't look like they really missed a step. And then the Lions took the big leap, trying to leapfrog Minnesota, and obviously jumping over the Bears as well. So I think that the Packers or Lions are going to win the division, and then Minnesota's probably going to miss out. And if they get in the playoffs also, they're going to have to get to 10, 11 wins, and I just don't see it. So we'll see. We will see. Eagles or Cowboys winning the division. I'm not biased, right? So I just try to call it how I see it. The Dallas Cowboy defense is fucking phenomenal, just like the Eagles. I would put both of those in the top 3 with like the Niners, typically, right? New England's up there as well. But the offense I trust more, it's Philadelphia. Yeah, Dak Prescott is good, right? And Tony Pollard is great. He should have been the starter by himself over Zeke, but Zeke and Dak are best friends, and Jerry Jones, it was all political. Now Zeke's on the Pats. right? And you got CD Lamb, who's great, who took over the number one role from Amari Cooper. You got Michael Gallup. You don't have Dalton Schultz anymore. So the team for the Cowboys offense looks pretty good, but it's not like, oh my God, we can't stop this team. The defense is the better piece. Micah Parsons might end up being the best football player on planet Earth. He is like the Lawrence Taylor of 2023. Dan Quinn's probably the best defensive coordinator. But with all that being said, I got Philadelphia winning the division, and then I got Dallas going into the playoffs with 1 or 2 losses under them. So if Philadelphia gets to 13, then maybe Dallas gets to 10 or 11, something like that, Or if Philadelphia gets to 12, Dallas can get to 11 or 10. So I don't think it's going to be that much of a gap. Big facts. And that's just me being real and being, not biased. And I'm not biased towards the Cowboys. I'm not biased towards New England like a lot of the media is. And there is going to be a time where I will pick the Cowboys over the Eagles to win the division, where I have the Eagles as a wild card and the Dallas Cowboys as the divisional winner, but it's not this year. I don't see enough out of this team on the O-line, and the receiving core. Like, even though now, if Amari Cooper was there, and Zeke was there, but they moved Zeke to RB2, and Amari Cooper's there, and Dalton Schultz is there, then it would be a little bit closer. But I'm going to go with Philadelphia, even though they have a harder schedule. Candace in the building. What's good? Yeah, but you also have to understand they're playing a first place schedule, and you were in New England for Tom Brady's retirement ceremony. You know what I'm saying? And New England normally has a top 5 defense. So when everyone thinks New England, what do we think? Oh, Mac Jones, they suck, right? But you have to understand it's like fantasy. There's a New England defense that's led by Belichick, and then the offense. And Bill Belichick will get the most out of his guys. But again, he's got Mac Jones. Right? He doesn't have Jalen Hurts type of ability. He's just average. So when we ever think about football teams, you have to look at it at both sides. Oh, the team? Oh, Mac Jones, Patriots, garbage. No. Their defense is good. If you actually go back and look at New England, they've been in top 5 on defense and fantasy for the last few years. So they get the most out of their guys. Matthew Judon, he's a stud. So, I assume that the Eagles were going to come out of the gates a little rusty on the road. Tom Brady enshrinement, but I still think the Eagles, again, are going to be a very, very good team. They should be a top 3, obviously, as we go into the playoffs. At least I would assume that. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. And thank you with the help with the Twitter and the X share as well. And again, we're grinding. We only 34 away from 20,000. So hopefully we get a little help with the algorithm and whatnot. So Finley in the building. What's good? How are you? All right, we're on Amazon Prime, baby. Let's go. And again, when you go from like a last place schedule or a third place schedule, second place schedule to a first place, it's different. You're playing all the better teams. So for you to be able to have a good record again after having a first place schedule, that means that team is a dynasty and you could start. It's something special. The Eagles are going to have a special run. Last year was the first year, and they're probably going to have about a 4 to 5 year run to win the Super Bowl. So in the next 3 to 4 years, I would assume the Eagles will hit the Super Bowl again, if it's not this year, a couple more NFC championship games, and then they just have to be able to win it the next time they go. Because if they go to the Super Bowl again and lose in the next 5 years, they're probably not going to win. It's like you got to get it done. If you didn't win against the Chiefs the next time you go, you probably got to pray you play someone other than the Chiefs, and then you're gonna get the dub. Whether that's the Bengals, the Bills, or some other sleeper team. Jalen, scrambling, gambling, good tackle by Minnesota. Michael Buffer is the GOAT. And I got Jay Jetta in fantasy, so we got to get it started off right. And I'm going against Jake Elliott. So, and I imagine when he ended up seeing, 132.79 versus 107, whenever you look at a matchup, you don't want to be down by 20 or 30 after you put your best lineup in the starting lineup. But it shows you if you put in the time and the effort and have the smarts, you can have a beast team. And I need to be able to I need to lead the league in points every week. Now, will I win every week? Probably not. But I need to make sure I put that intimidation factor on where I'm projected for 130, 140 a week. Jalen, bouncing it to the outside. Go, baby. Use those legs. There we go. Fall down. There we go. Okay. Don't injure his knees. There we go. First down, Eagles. Move the chains. Let's go. And I grinded it out yesterday. 7 reaction videos. I did every single one, from week 1, besides the Chargers and Dolphins, which the NFL decided to block, which they do once in a while when the game is lit for whatever reason. But hopefully they don't block one video every week for me. Usually it's like a couple a season. So I did the video. It got blocked. Sometimes they'll block it in the United States or overseas. But if they block it over in the United States, what's the point of even having it up? Because the majority of the fan base is going to be in America, right? So 15 out of the 16 games, and I did 5 or 6 college football games for Caleb Williams. Obviously Michael Penix Jr. I did the Texas-Alabama game, Oregon and Texas Tech, Colorado with Shedeur Sanders. So every week I'm going to bust out those top quarterbacks going into next year so we can break down the film and we can go back and look at that in the offseason or during the season so we can keep an eye on the future of the NFL. It takes a hell of a lot of work, doing 7 reaction videos in a day, but I'm 100% committed to this channel in the future. All right, here we go. 1st down and 10. Shotgun set for Jalen. Screen pass to Goddard. Break that tackle. There we go. Good tackle by Minnesota. You need Swift and Hawkinson to get you points. Okay. Let's go. Let me get everything refreshed. And we get 2 of the best tight ends in the NFL. You got Dallas Goedert, who's normally like number 5, number 6, right? And if he can stay healthy, he'll jump Waller because Waller has been kind of thrown in there, but I trust Goddard a hell of a lot more than Waller with the injuries the last couple years. Jalen, he's got a man. Oh, go. 1st down, Eagles. Move the chains. Let's go. 1-on-1. Right, Devontae Smith, as a short wide receiver that won the Heisman is unheard of, right? He's a great route runner, but when they first got to the playoffs with him, it was too much pressure to be the wide receiver 1. Now you got A.J. Brown, who's the real wide receiver 1. Devontae Smith can be the wide receiver 2 that actually is a 1, and that's where the advantages go. You have a corner 2 on a wide receiver 1. That's a big mismatch. Gang tackle on A.J. Brown, but I would go with tight ends, Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, George Kittle, right? TJ Hawkinson, and then probably Dallas Goedert, and then Darren Waller, and then a few others like Higbee. And then you're getting guys now like Sam Laporta. If he keeps getting looks, I think Sam Laporta could end up being a top 7 tight end, especially if he keeps getting these looks where he can be right there with like Waller, Higbee, and those guys like right after the top elite guys. So at least that's what I'm hoping for because I got Laporta, I got Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I got Montgomery. So I got 3 Detroit Lions and 3 Buccaneers, Rachaad White, Bucks D, and Mike Evans. So there's going to be weeks where I go 3 heavy, but I'm not doing the Bucks this week. I don't trust Rachaad White. I'd rather go with Montgomery. So Montgomery and Ramondre Stevenson, I decided to go for wide receiver heavy, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Keenan Allen, Mike Evans, and my running back suffered a little bit, but there was nothing good available for me to get. So I figured I was going to go Ramondre Stevenson, Damian Pierce from the Texans, but Pierce was gone. So I went Ramondre Stevenson and then ended up getting Rachaad White and Montgomery. And Montgomery has been the bell cow instead of Gibbs. So it's worked out really good for me having Montgomery as the lead back for the Lions and Ramondre Stevenson. Not the most popular, right? Keeper by Jalen, right? But sometimes you don't need popular. You can have Ramondre Stevenson, who can be like 7, 8, 9. Montgomery, who could be like ranked 23rd. But if I get 30 points combined with those running backs, you're going to lose against me more than likely. So I feel really good. And then I ended up picking up the Niner kicker, that obviously we have an idea of what he might be able to bring. And sometimes you got to find those sleepers week 1, week 2. And if you get a good one, Carlson kind of shit the bed and only gave me a few points. So I was thinking, Nick Folk or Moody. And I think Moody is going to be the Jason Myers of last year. He's going to be the sleeper in fantasy football for kickers. And that's why I picked him up. Here we go. Field goal is up. And it's good. 3-0 Eagles. And I'm always looking at talent. And that's why I got Mahomes, Stevenson, Montgomery, Jay Jetta, Amon-Ra, Mark Andrews, Keenan Allen, Bucks D, Moody. And I got 3 defenses. I got the Buccaneers, I got the Jags, and I got the Eagles. You got to have selection, right? I got Brock Purdy to fill in for Mahomes if ever needed. He's averaging 18 points in fantasy since he's been a starter. The most underrated quarterback that's not a big name because of all the weapons that he has around him, right? He averages around 17 to 18 a game. So if Mahomes has a shitty opponent, right, and I want to be able to put someone in, Brock Purdy's ranked number 9 quarterback in the NFL right now. That's why I scooped him up. So I scooped up Jags D. They were projected for 3 points this week against Kansas City, but I always look ahead. Who do they play next week? They play the Texans. That's exactly why I got them this week, a week early, so that way you can look ahead. And if you're really good at fantasy, that's what you do. So now I got the Jags starting next week against the Texans, and then I got the Bucks and the Eagles, and I want to use those defenses in that scenario. So you always want to look ahead. You always want to make sure you have a quality backup. That's why I got Laporta, just in case Andrews can't go. And I imagine with his quad, he's in limited practice. If you've drafted Mark Andrews, you're pissed. I drafted him last year, and I said, fuck it, I'm going to do it this year as well. And Sarah picked Hawkinson. Kelsey went off the board to reflect. So I could go Kittle or I could go Andrews. And I said, fuck it, let's go for Andrews again. And I hope it doesn't come back to bite me because I know Kittle has more boom. He can get more multiple game touchdowns. He'll score more touchdowns, but I just got to hope the targets are there and the consistency is better. But if Andrews doesn't get healthy, I'm fucked. But at least I got Sam Laporta, and I feel good about that. He's one of the top tight ends. Obviously, that's not a big name yet, and I think I could use him pretty frequently, throughout the season. So we'll see how it goes. You always want to make sure you're getting that depth, in fantasy football. And once you get the depth, you realize what you got. Patrick Mahomes, number 7. Ramondre Stevenson, 13. Montgomery, 16. Jefferson, 7, which will eventually be higher than that. And these are rankings. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 11. Keenan Allen, 23. Bucks D, 15. Moody, 3. Moody is the number 3 kicker in football right now. That's why I scooped him up, right? Rashad White, 39, because he had a bad game. Carlson, my kicker that I drafted, 22. If he doesn't start getting better, I'm going to drop him, but I'm going to hang on to him and Moody just in case. Eagles D, 11. Mike Evans, 13. Laporta, 8. Purdy, 9. Jaguars D, 6. So you want to get as many top 10 scoring positions in fantasy on your bench and in your starters. And the more top 10 you have, the better your team is. And then that's why I'm averaging like 133 points every week or more. Everyone else in the league is at 130 or lower. The person I'm playing right now is at like 107, 109, and is probably hating me right now. He's like, fuck this guy. This guy's got projected 133, and I maneuvered my team the best as I could, and I'm at a 109, but that doesn't mean I'm going to win. But putting the pressure on in fantasy is what it's about. Let's go. And if you're putting bets on this game, I would assume betting on the Eagles would be the safe mood, but don't be surprised if Minnesota, keeps it a little bit closer than people think. And I need Jay Jetta to go off again this game. Let's go. Let's go, Kirko. And ever watching, the quarterback on Netflix, I have so much more respect and love for Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota. I already live here in Oregon, so I already had love for Marcus Mariota being a Duck because I go to the games and whatnot. But seeing Patrick Mahomes behind the scenes and not having to talk to his brother and see his brother talk was great. It was just his wife, right? And his friends and his trainers, which was very, very cool. But Kirk, that was the giveaway. Floater? Yes. Jay Jetta, baby. Kirk Cousins is like the best father, the best husband, the best teammate, and he always gets criticized. He can't win in prime time, but he's still, to me, ranked maybe like the 10th, 11th, 12th best quarterback in the league. I mean, if I had to choose between him and Carr, right, I probably would go him. I probably would go Kirk, even though Kirk and Carr are almost identical. There's a few guys that are going to be like right next to each other, like at 10, 11, 12. And just because you're at 10 or 11, 12 doesn't mean you're not good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like those underrated guys that have a little moxie. I like rooting for them. And Kirk is just a fucking class act dude. Nice tackle. I love me some Kirko, man. When you get to be able to see how they treat, their family, their kids, their teammates, their friends, the coaches, the trainers, you really start to figure out what kind of guy the guy is off the field. And the better the guy you are off the field, the better results I feel you're going to get on the field because you're going to be more focused, you're going to be training better, and you're going to have the best positive people around you. And Kirk is super talented. Remember, they drafted RG3 in that draft at Washington, and they drafted him as a backup. And who's still playing in this NFL today? It ain't fucking RG3. Come on, Kirko. Look out. Oh, good defense by the Eagles. Good pressure. Let's go, baby. And hopefully we can get on a good dono train. And if you're new, we only have 30 and some change subs-wise to get to 20,000. So once we get to that number, we will be doing a giveaway of a T-shirt, slides, jersey, some kind of prize. So anyone that's new, please like, sub, donate, share. Anything that you can do would be greatly appreciated. And even if you can't donate, even just liking, sharing, commenting in the room, letting me know you're here, or even subbing to the channel would be the greatest honor. I mean, getting to this 20,000 number is really big to me. All right, 3rd down and long, and complete. That's not Justin Jefferson. Come on, Kirk. You know better to be going to Jay Jetta on third down, and that's it. I don't care if Jay Jetta's got 4 guys on him. You only go to Jay Jetta. And that's going to be a big issue, not having Adam Thielen and Dalvin Cook there anymore. Offensive line is not very good for Minnesota. Shaky O-line. Defense has actually played better than expected, but the thing that's going to hold Minnesota from more than likely making the playoffs is going to be the running game, the injuries, and obviously the lack of, continuity on that O-line and that defense. That's why I feel that Detroit's going to take their spot, and Green Bay. And I hope Detroit wins a division. That would just be fucking epic. But I'll take a wild card. Fumble! Oh, he coughed it up. That could have been huge. Wow. Let's go. Let him know. But yeah, remember, Sarah, I told you, and obviously you being an Iowa Hawkeye and me looking at the targets and the stats, sometimes you have to be kind of like ESP. You have to predict before the guy blows up. So right now I'm predicting that Moody is going to be one of the best kickers in the NFL for the Niners. And I'm predicting also on the flip side, there's going to be other players that are going to kind of step out of the woodworks and be a little bit better than people think. And obviously, Sam Laporta, I feel could be that guy. He could go from being like a top 10 tight end all the way up to maybe number 6, number 7. He gets a lot of targets. All he needs is a couple touchdowns, to kind of gain a little bit more value moving forward. But I'll tell you what, Mark Andrews being hurt, it always taught me to have 2 or 3 tight ends, no matter what, for depth, right? Same thing with defense. And sometimes you can't have 3 tight ends or 3 defenses because you have, positions that you need more depth on, right? Backup quarterback and whatnot. Because I was looking and I had Mahomes and I was like, I don't want Daniel Jones. So I was like, eventually, what happens if Mahomes gets hurt? I don't want to be stuck with like a Matthew Stafford or, the quarterbacks that are on the wire. So I thought, you know what? I better grab Brock Purdy now. Will I ever use him? Probably not. But it's just good to have him over guys like Daniel Jones, Russell Wilson, Baker Mayfield, Ryan Tannehill, Sam Howell, Jimmy Garoppolo, Matthew Stafford, CJ Stroud, Zach Wilson, Joshua Dobbs, Bryce Young, Desmond Ritter. You know what I'm saying? So it's always good to be able to have, someone that you have confidence in, moving forward. And honestly, out of all those guys that I named, I probably would grab Baker as the next guy, but you don't want to have Baker as your starting quarterback unless your team is legit. You know what I'm saying? That's okay, everyone gets fucking hurt. I have Purdy, he gets hurt. I have Mahomes, he gets hurt. Then I guess you go Baker at that point. But Baker has been a little bit tougher, and he's been a little bit better than I thought. He's a gamer. So I don't want him for my quarterback long-term, but for this season, I do like what I see from him. Big facts. All right, Sarah with a 3-er. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $3 holla. 97 to go. Let's go NWSF. Let me know what you want for photos, and I got you. Bang, 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 bang. Megan in the building. What's good? How are you? Matt's in the building. What's good? How are you? Let's go. Yep. Yeah, and like I said, I'll try to help people a little bit along the way. Oh, your pop arrived. Very cool. The groove. That is neat. That is neat. Oh, I got to heart that. Cool. Very, very cool. And you're playing against Chief Will Chief, right? And I'm looking at your team, and you're already 1-0, right? So if I was you, and this is me just being a friend, even though you're 1-0, Megan, all right, you got Lamar, Kenneth Walker. Take out Dalvin Cook because he's the backup running back to Breece Hall. Put Khalil Herbert as your RB2 underneath Walker, right? And then have Ayuk, Tutu Atwell, and then your flex, I would put in DK Metcalf. He's on your team. I mean, if you don't believe that Najee Harris is going to be able to get it done after that dud week 1, I totally understand. But put DK Metcalf in, at least at the flex. That will make your lineup 10 times better than what it is now. And obviously, if I didn't care, I wouldn't give you that information. But that's what I would do if I had your roster. And that would be the smart thing to do. No one's going to play Dalvin Cook over DK Metcalf if you have a choice. And if you want to go Khalil Herbert as your RB2, fine. And then with that open spot in the flex where Herbert was, right, and you put Dalvin Cook to the bench, put the flex, and you can either make that Ayuk or Tutu, or you can put it as DK Metcalf. So if you want to be like Tutu Atwell at the flex or DK Metcalf at the flex. But that's what I would do. That's going to upgrade you in a lot of points. Never, never, never play Dalvin Cook. Like I said, unless he's the RB1 and Breece Hall's injured. If he's the RB2 and you got guys that are better, never. This is just because Dalvin Cook was an RB1 with Minnesota. If he's the backup, will he still get 8 to 10 points? Yeah. Could he still score 15? Yeah. Right. But you're in a better position if you put DK Metcalf in and then you end up putting Khalil Herbert with, Kenneth Walker. That's what I would do. And if you ask anybody in the room that knows fantasy, that's what they would do as well. So just a little help there. You're 1-0. You don't need my help, but I'm just trying to get you're losing in the projected by 23. So if at least you make that adjustment, then you'll be probably, projected to lose by 18 or 20, but it'll give you a better chance to actually win. So shotgun set, 3-0 Eagles. Hurts. Oh, big hit by Minnesota. Their defense is a little bit better. You got Lamar against Cincinnati, and then you got Carr and Richardson is against Houston. Yeah, Richardson against Houston, I could actually see him having a big fantasy day where he could end up getting 17 to 20 points. And because if the defense isn't really that good, Lamar, like I said, you would assume that he'll be able to put up around 18 to 20 points. But again, Lamar in the first game against Houston only put up a 6. So, and Cincinnati's defense sometimes is good, but last week it wasn't. So, I mean, that's a tough one. Nice return. Oh, fumble. Uh-oh, Eagles recovered. Uh-oh. Turnover. All right, let me see. And like I said, just because someone's projected to score 20 points doesn't mean that they will. A lot of quarterbacks shit the bed, where they were projected for 20 and put up like under 10 points, which is fucking unacceptable in fantasy, period. It's not okay. So Lamar is projected to be 3rd this week. And then Richardson is 9th. So like I said, you can go either way, but based off projections, a lot of times it's usually correct. So I would, and then if Mark Andrews comes back, right, then his fantasy output will be higher. So what I would say is I would monitor Mark Andrews, who I have, and if Mark Andrews plays, I would go Lamar. If Mark Andrews doesn't play, then I would consider Richardson. That's how I would do it. Because I think Richardson can score like on the ground once or twice, and I think that he could throw for 1 or 2. So that's something that I would monitor. That's how I evaluate. So yeah, grabbing AR was a very smart move. I would have grabbed him on my team, but I have Brock Purdy. So, you always want to look for value. Whoever scores the most points, you want to look for value, guys, even if it's not a big name. Handoff. There we go. First down, Eagles. Move the chains. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, a lot of the advice that I give out is, people pay me for, setting their lineups and helping out. And there's a reason why I haven't finished lower than top 3 every year. But again, I follow the league heavier than anyone does on planet Earth. So I know every player, every backup. I know everything about every team. So I kind of have like an edge, as far as like, I know what guys are going to break out before everyone else does. Go, baby, go. Like I told Sarah to get, what did you end up getting last night? I try to be able to help people out when I can, even if we're in the same league. But I had Sarah's roster looked a little thin, so I told her to get Zay Jones and then ended up getting Jason Sanders. And that's going to be huge for her, because obviously if you had Gay and Boswell, those kickers aren't fucking good enough. You need to get someone that is, a top 10 kicker. And I solved that problem. He was just sitting there. I would have grabbed him, but I already have good kickers. And I saw that you got Folk and I had him. A lot of times people will just look at what I have and what I drop and pick up what I don't want. That doesn't mean it's just bad. It's just I have a lot of pieces. So I saw that you guys are both working on your rosters. Good job. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And if I'm right, Zay Jones and Sanders might be pieces that Sarah can keep for the whole season. And that's what it's about. Grabbing a guy early that scored 10 to 14 or 10 to 17 points week 1 and assuming that Zay Jones is going to continue to get targets, which he will, over Christian Kirk, I believe, right? And then also with Sanders, Miami with Tua and Waddle, right? And Tyreek, they're going to score a shitload of points. So you would assume as long as Sanders doesn't, if he doesn't get hurt, that could be a money kicker, moving forward. And that's my outlook. You have to know every player on every team. That's how you get good at fantasy. No. You get great. Screen pass. Ooh, big hit. Minnesota's defense is really stout. It's better than I anticipated it being this year, especially the score in the Bucs game and then this game as well. But we need to get Jay Jett of the ball a little more. So, yeah, I don't know. Tyler Boyd is a wide receiver 3, though. You know what I mean? So Zay Jones is going to get more production than Tyler Boyd, in my opinion. You know, Tyler Boyd ended up getting 3 points week 1, and this is why I feel I'm an expert. Okay, so you like Tyler Boyd because of Tyler Boyd's name. I like Zay Jones because of production. 5 for 7, 55 yards and a touchdown, 17 points. Okay, and then you go Tyler Boyd based off name recognition, and there's nothing wrong with it, Matt. 2 for 3, 10 yards and 3 points. Which one would you rather have in the lineup if you were going to play? And that's why I'm elite at fantasy. Intercepted. Yeah, let's go. There we go. There we go. But you have to realize in fantasy football, it's not about name recognition and popularity. That's not what it's about. It's about how many targets, how many attempts, and how many yards and touchdowns that motherfucker puts up. You know, and I always find the sleepers. So let's go. It's the Vikings D. And also they have a first place schedule. So the teams that they're playing, you know, their defenses are a little bit better than people are anticipating. So again, you know, if you are assuming that the Eagles are going to come off of a worst place schedule, third place schedule like last year, and steamroll and mollywop everyone, even though everyone thinks they're a top 3 team in the NFC, you know, a lot of the other teams are catching up. You know, Dallas, right? Catching up with that defense, right? They look pretty good. Saints, they look pretty good. Niners are still in that same spot. Now you got Green Bay and Detroit. Like it's, you know, not every team that wins the division wins it again. It is possible they slip up and, you know, lose a few less or they win a few less. And instead of winning like maybe 13 or 14 games, maybe the Eagles win 11 or 12. And then maybe Dallas wins 10 or 11 or maybe 12, you know, like it could be very, very close. So, and it's not like I believe the Cowboy offense is so much better than Philly's. But again, Philly has looked shaky in the last 2 weeks. New England's defense typically is top 5 with Belichick. Minnesota's is not. So there is no excuse, but they do have a new defensive coordinator. So sometimes when you get someone new calling the shots, you end up getting new results. Look at the Cleveland Browns with Jim Schwartz. He was the Detroit Lion head coach back in the like 2009-ish era, right? He was awesome. Really friendly dude, very intelligent. He comes into Cleveland, and instead of using Myles Garrett with 3 fingers in the dirt, he lets him roam around, even play linebacker, and blitz from that position. And then how many points did the Bengals put up? 3. You know, they couldn't even convert a third down. So sometimes when you have an intelligent mind that switches up the scheme, you can have a defense that kind of looked good, but not elite. And then all of a sudden, Jim Schwartz comes in and makes the Bengals look like a little bitch. You know, they look like a team that wasn't going to be in the playoffs. Like if you had Burrow, Jamar Chase, Mixon, T. Higgins, you were hella disappointed. You know, it's like you wanted those fantasy points and you got really disappointed and you didn't think that Cleveland was going to be that good. So that's why you have to pay attention to the new coaching hires, the new coordinating hires, because sometimes it's simple as that. Or you might lose someone that's elite and then they go coach another team. So that's a part of it too. But I've been very impressed with Minnesota's defense. They're much better than they were supposed to be this year. $3. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Yeah, but the number one strategy in fantasy, if you want to be great, never have a wasted position on the bench. Every person on your bench should be someone you would consider playing every week. And if it's not, your team isn't good enough. You're not going to compete with someone like me or someone like Shep or Sarah. You know, you got to be able to have that team well-rounded. And if you don't, and you just have like your starters are bomb, right? But then you have 1 or 2 backups and the rest are shit. You're not going to be able to go to the playoffs and you're not going to be able to compete. You have to make sure you're getting quality pieces at every position. Fumble again. Alexander Madison's a bum. Is that who that was? Madison, bum. I don't got him in fantasy. I know someone does. Uh-oh. What league are we talking about? My league or the other league? Oh, let me look at your team real quick. Oh, you're talking about the other league, because this league, the league that you have with us right now, your team and your bench, it looks pretty fucking good. You know, it looks pretty fucking good. And honestly, you're 1-0, right? And you didn't even anticipating winning game one, going with Richardson instead of Lamar. It sounds kind of like shaky. I kind of like it, but remember, Richardson could have a dud game. Houston could have the game of their life, and Richardson could get 6 to 10 points. It's possible. But again, he also could get 15 to 25. You just have to be prepared for that, but your team, it doesn't have a lot of superstar, but you do have pieces that I had on my team. And obviously that's what people a lot of times do. They see, who I've had on my roster, and they know I don't drop shitty players. I drop players to make room for other elite players. I never have shitty players on my roster. So if people pick up guys that I had, chances are if you plug them onto your team, you probably get dubs. So that's big facts. Like sometimes I'll carry 3 kickers like a crazy person, just for value or to block someone. Do I need 3 kickers? Fuck no. But sometimes it's good to be able to block or have options. And then the next week I'll drop one and then, get 3 defenses or something like that. Shotgun set, 3-0 Eagles. It'll check down. This is definitely a defensive battle. And maybe Kevin Hart had something, when he said 17-14, because that's what he predicted the score would be. Yeah, with Nacua and Tutu, until Cooper Kupp comes back, those guys should be targeted. And you always want to just click on the name and look at the stats. Look at how many targets they're getting, how many receptions, how many yards did they score. And anything that's over 10 is essentially good. Quarterback, anything like over 20, that's what you want. Running back, over 14 is good. But if you get 10 or more, that's sufficient. Wide receiver, you're looking at 10 or more. 20 or more is amazing. Tight end, 10 or more. Kicker, 10 or more. Defense, 10 or more. Oh, big hit. But then when you end up getting a 35 with the Dallas Cowboys, on defense, you fucking won. So, yeah. But also you have to think corners, right, compared to defensive line. It's not like Nick Bosa is going to be guarding Puka, or Tutu Atwell. It's going to be the corners. Now, you do have to worry about Talanoa Hufanga at the safety position, but for the corners, the Rams should still be able to get some, points from the wide receiver position with Tutu Atwell and Pukua. So, even though the names are lower, you have to monitor. So, all right, here we go. 4th down and 8. 3-0 Eagles. Kick is up. And it's no good. Yes. And I'm going against him too. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. But like I said, I do like Richardson. I would have picked him up on my team. And I think he's the best quarterback out of the 3. He'll be the best one all year because of his ability to run like Cam Newton from the 20 to the 20. And then when it's a red zone on the 5-yard line, who the hell is going to stop Anthony Richardson? Like, honestly, who's going to stop him? It's got to be a stud linebacker hitting him right in the chest. Otherwise, it's like corners and safeties. Those guys will fly off like flies and bounce off. So we'll see how it goes. But I mean, most of the teams in our league are, they're set up pretty well. We got a couple teams projected with 130. And even though you're projected lower, that doesn't mean that you can't have a big performance. No one saw Brandon Ayuk with 2 tutties. You got him. You didn't really know what he was going to do. You were probably hoping, I hope he gets to 10 points and it's like worth it. And then he ends up putting up like a 24 to 28. Then when you put up big numbers like that, you have a really good chance to win. Because when you put up a 25 to 40, that's as much points as sometimes half of your roster. So that's big facts. All right, let's put up some Richardson. Yeah, but make sure you use, these people that are in the room right now that play fantasy. If you really want to become elite like me and, finish at the top every single year, make sure you use your tabs. Always make sure you're using your fantasy tabs. Look to see the schedule, right? Look to see scoring, who's like ranked in points. You want to make sure you're looking at these tabs because, you might be able to see someone that's projected for 15 points, right? That's on the wire. But if they only put up 4 points the week before, why are you grabbing that guy? When you could have a guy lower that might be like the 8th ranked player in the NFL, but he's a low name guy and maybe he's projected for 10. You want to go for that guy because that's the guy that's probably going to get more targets than just like that bigger name guy at the top of the wire that's projected for 15. But if the week before he got 4, why would you go for that guy? I mean, you could get points, but it's like a, you're taking a chance. You want consistency. Consistency gets you dubs in fantasy. Big facts. And anyone that knows me, people don't get paid for fantasy advice. And if you do, you must be really fucking good, and that's big facts. I'm not going to give away information for free typically. Like, the information that I can provide is information that you can use to win championships, and that's what it's fucking about. And nobody covers the league extensively as me. I honestly feel, even people on NFL Network, people that are on college teams in the NFL, I feel that I could match up with every one of those people. Because, I'm doing this fucking job full time, and I'm reading 4 to 6 hours a day. So I guarantee that's just as much as a scout or something else. Fumble! Hell, scouts might not even do that much. There we go. There's some Richardson for you with your logo. But he's going to be the best one out of the three. He'll be better than CJ Stroud and Bryce Young. Like I said, you can quote me, you can write it down. Yeah, I did get it. I can throw up a photo here once we go to the end of the first quarter. Only you and me are going to appreciate it, though, because it's Gru and it's cracking. But, unless someone else in the room collects pops. 2nd down and 15, but I love it. Shit, I might get one. I'm not really into pops, but Cousins, free play. Oh! Wow, Jay Jetta almost with the OBJ catch. All right, Vikings got the ball, so we got to throw the Viking one up. All right, end of the first quarter, 3-0 Eagles. Really low scoring. And then, of course, the Cowboys, they're smiling right now. The Niners, they're smiling. Saints, they're smiling. Packers, they're smiling. Lions, they fucking love it. Seahawks, they love it, because now it shows you, even though the Eagles might have been like the most hyped up, right? They're not on the same level as the Niners, as like an elite team. And the Saints might take their spot for like number 1, number 2. And there's other teams that are going to be very, very good in the top 5. Like, there's going to be like 5 to 8 teams in the NFC that are solid. In the AFC, there's going to be less. There's going to be probably about 3 or 4. And then other teams that are kind of like mid, a little bit above average, depending on how their defenses play. But here's the Grubauer pop, and it looks like them. That's cool. And it's got the little Kraken logo. That's very cool. Now, this would be a very cool item to get the teal blue, the Kraken blue, and get a Sharpie, go to the game and have him sign it on the front, in the Kraken blue where his chest is or his legs, like to get him sign it right under there, not over his face, but like right on his body right there with an autograph. I can already kind of visualize it. Very cool. Let's go. Yeah. I need some more fantasy points though here. Chief will chief negative 1.8 with Madison, and that's why I didn't draft him, because I had a feeling that without Dalvin Cook there, he would do good, but I kind of thought maybe fumbling would be an issue, or the O-line, and it seems like it is. Justin Jefferson only has 3.6 points for me, so I need 15 to 25 would be great. I would love for him to get in the end zone, so we just need to get him into a rhythm here. So hopefully the Viking O-line can block long enough so that way we can get Jay Jett the ball. And Reflect has Jalen Hurts starting 1.78 points. And I'm telling you, with fantasy quarterbacks, everyone thinks you're going to get 20 points, very easily. It didn't happen. It's like Jalen Hurts looks like he's not going to get there. We got Tua in the league, Fields, Burrow, Lawrence, Geno Smith, Richardson, Allen, Herbert, and a lot of those guys really struggled mightily. Like, I was lucky enough, I was one of the ones that got points with Mahomes. And if you had Tua, you got big points, right? With obviously Tyreek and Waddle and whatnot. But, Fields and Burrow and Herbert, even though Herbert did all right, Geno Smith, some of these quarterbacks, Lamar, they should have scored more. But again, fantasy is a tricky game. You can't just rely on name recognition. Sometimes you got to swap guys out. And there might be a game where I put in Brock Purdy, over Patrick Mahomes. And I know people are like, that's crazy. Is it? What happens? Mahomes plays a really, really good defense and puts up a 14, and then I can put in Brock Purdy and I can get 20. I need those extra 6 points. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Sarah with $1. Let's go. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $1 holla. Let me know what you want for photos during the break, and I got you. And hopefully we can get on a little bit of a dono train. 4 doll hairs. Let's get to a hundo, and then let's get to the secondary goal of 2. Nothing on the Cash App just yet, but we'll have some goats coming in, show love. 3rd down and 3. 3-0 Eagles. I didn't anticipate a defensive battle, but sometimes you get one. And I've been doing a lot of reaction videos too. I did all the NFL games in week 1. I don't think anybody on YouTube did that. And I did college football. So, you can always show love here with likes, subs, donos, shares, not for just me doing the live streams and giving advice and betting and fantasy and calling the game and just knowledge in general, but also the hard work that gets put in on that side as well. And as well as the hard work that Sarah and the mods put in too, because the more that I can get on the donation side, the more I can give away, and that's ultimately what I want to do. I want to be able to take care of the people that are representing the NWSF to the fullest. All right, 1st down and 10. The game plan is go to Jay Jetta. Handoff. Addison. Jalen Carter doing Jalen Carter things. And Fletcher Cox is getting old, right? So if Fletcher Cox gets double teamed, look at Jalen Carter. Telling you, I know, Megan, you don't like him, right? But I'm telling you, if Seattle Seahawks had this, you might have not lost the game against the Rams. You didn't have any pressure up front, and Jalen Carter is better than anybody that you got on your team on your D-line, I think, right now. So hopefully you guys can get a Jalen Carter that doesn't get in trouble, that maybe is a better locker room guy and whatnot. I hope you guys can get one in the draft next year because you guys definitely need a couple, and you deserve it. But it shows you, regardless if they have issues on the field, off the field, as long as they're not getting arrested, right? Or doing battery against other men and women or theft, right? Jalen Carter is going to be a guy that could end up getting like 8, 10, 12, 15, 20 sacks before his career is over. He could be the next Warren Sapp, Aaron Donald. And if he ends up being that, I guarantee Seahawks fans will be like, shit, we fucked up picking Witherspoon. I mean, we don't want to say Witherspoon's a bust just yet because it's year 1. You want to give it a couple years, but so far what we've seen out of Jalen Carter, he's the fucking man. Shotgun set. Cousins. There we go. TJ Hawkinson, baby. 1st down, Vikings. Move the chains. Megan with a 5. Thank you so much. Let's go. I appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. $5 holla. And you might have gotten lucky with Sarah with 3 threes in week 1 and Burrow with a 3, right? But you got the dub. Even if it was a lucky dub, you weren't expecting to win very many games in either league. I told you, if you listen to me and I give you the advice and roll with it and start learning my techniques, you're going to start winning games, and you might even make the playoffs or end up being much better than you think. You might finish like 4th, 5th, 6th in the league out of 10 people. You know what I'm saying? So, and your team actually looks decent, pretty good for your starters and bench, So, just keep it up. And like I said, always look for value. Do research, click on the names, and the more research you do, the more time you put in fantasy, the better results you're going to get, period. And if you have questions, of course, I'm going to answer them. I'm not going to be biased. So even if I'm going against you in the league, All right, time for Jay Jetta and a touchdown, baby. Let's go. Your boy needs fantasy points. Play action fake. Jay Jetta. I was getting excited there. I need these Jay Jetta points. And no one's going to touch me in the wide receivers. Like, remember when I had Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs, and Saquon Barkley last year? And it got me super far. I had 3 of the top 5 running backs in fantasy, right? And I took a chance on Saquon, and it paid off because I thought he would stay healthy, and he did. This year, I did the opposite. I didn't go for running back heavy. I barely did running backs. I did wide receivers. I got Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Evans, and Keenan Allen. So I got 4 of the top 15 receivers in the league. So that's pretty big. Oh, touchdown, Sarah. Touchdown, Vikings. Touchdown, TJ Hawkinson. Yeah. And that's why you picked him number 2 overall over Mark Andrews or George Kittle. And when you did that, I thought that was a brilliant move because I would have done that. Because like I said, Travis Kelce's the one, But normally Mark Andrews and Kittle are the 2 and the 3, but they've been hurt lately, right? So why not go for the guy that you know that's going to get targets? No Adam Thielen, no Dalvin Cook, after Jay Jetta and maybe Addison. Who's going to get the ball? Jefferson, Hawkinson, and then obviously Jordan Addison, and then Alexander Madison, right? That's the pecking order. So I thought that was brilliant that you did that, and it's going to pay off. TJ Hawkinson might be the number 2 tight end when the year is all over. Nice pick. Nice pick. Extra point is up, and it's good. Give me some Jay Jetta, though. Come on now. Yep. And like I said, I always look for the players before they break out. And if I can get those guys, remember when I told you about your kicker Myers last year? I said Myers is going to be the sleeper kicker in fantasy. And I told you like week 1, week 2. And you're like, Myers sucks. He's not that good. And you're a Seahawks fan. And I was like, no. I was like, Myers is good. Trust me. And then all of a sudden, 10 points, and then 12 points, and then 15 points, 12 points. And then I motherfucking look like a genius. And then now you started to realize, damn, O was right. Myers was the sleeper. And I think I got the sleeper for this year too. And the sleeper is going to be Moody, the Niners kicker. There's no more Robbie Gould. And he had an issue in preseason, but he overcame that. He had 2 missed field goals with quad injury, a quad strain, right? And then the Michigan product looked like he might get cut or maybe a backup. But if you watch Michigan football, this motherfucker is a G. He's like Harbaugh internally. Like, this guy is wired different as a kicker. So I really think that if it pans out for me, I mean, I have Carlson, who's been the number 1 kicker for the last 3 years with the Raiders, right? But they don't have the same quarterback. So the offense isn't the same with Jimmy G and Carr. So Carlson might be a guy that is on my bench, or I might cut him, but I'm not going to let the number 1 kicker go with accuracy for nothing. I have to make sure I keep him for a month and see if Carlson gets better with Jimmy G and porn star Jimmy, or if it's going to be, something where Carlson was the top kicker, but maybe now he's not a top 10 kicker this year. Accuracy wise, yes, but maybe attempts and points, no. But now at least I got another guy that I feel confident in. So, because I'm not going to stick with a guy that's going to get me fucking 5 points at kicker. Yeah, you were good last year. Yeah, you were good the year before. But what are you doing for me right now? And not a whole lot. And I need more than 5 points for my kicker. Big facts. So. Yeah, and let me know what you guys want for photos, and I got you. After Megan gets back and gets coffee, we'll get some more points. And I got Purdy as a sleeper as well, too. Like, if you don't have, if you need a backup quarterback and Purdy's on the wire, grab him. Because he's literally going to be the best backup that no one's talking about. He's number 9 ranked. He's a top 10 quarterback. Now, is he the 9th best quarterback in the NFL? No, but he's the 9th best fantasy quarterback, and that's what matters. So, Rashad White, Daniel Carlson, Eagles D, Mike Evans, Sam Laporta, Brock Purdy, Jags D. And now with the Eagles D playing as good as this is, 2 fumble recoveries and 7 points allowed, maybe I should have played the Eagle defense instead of the Buccaneers against the Bears. But I figured I would give the Eagle defense a break just to kind of look, but I assume Minnesota will score with Jay Jetta. So we'll see what the Eagles points will look like. The Eagles could lose. So, we'll see what the point total looks like, but I figured it would be safe to put the Eagles defense on the bench. They were only projected for 5. So I figured Bucks D going against Fields at home, I should be able to get points there. So we'll see. Oh, Tucker is the best kicker in the NFL typically, but I would assume I have to look at his ranking, based off, attempts and whatnot. Now, he's the best overall kicker, but he might not be the best fantasy kicker, but he's first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. You always have to be able to look between the lines, and you have to be able to follow a lot of players. There we go. Nice handoff. 7-8 yard gain by DeAndre Swift. There we go. Let's go. But I don't look for popular names. I look for talent, wherever it's at, like originally Sarah picked up Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis is some shit. He doesn't get the ball, right? He's a big name, and he started off kind of hot last year and fizzled and faded late. So when I saw Zay Jones was there, I said, grab Zay Jones. That guy's going to get more targets from Trevor Lawrence. He has better hands, and he's going to have better opportunities. And one guy put up like a 3. The other guy put up 17. It's pretty clear, like what guy has more ceiling. And yeah, I know Josh Allen, has an arm. He's got an arm to throw interceptions to the other team. You know what I'm saying? And if he's going to go somewhere, it ain't going to be fucking Gabe Davis. It's going to be Stephon Diggs. and she already has Diggs. So there's no point of having the other guy, especially if he can't produce 10 points or more in fantasy. He doesn't deserve to be on your team on the bench if he's not putting up at least 10 or more. Facts. And that's how you win championships. It's not about name recognition or necessarily the quarterback. It's targets and how they've been playing. And Gabe is a name, but he hasn't been shit. I wouldn't even roster Gabe Davis until he ends up having a couple breakout games, and then I would consider it. Reflect in the building. What's good? How are you, brother? You're like, give me some points with Jalen. You're like, what is going on here, oh? I'm telling you, first place schedule rather than a last place or third place schedule. It's a wild difference. Come on, Jay Jetta. I only have 5.3. I need 20. Come on now. Reflects like I got 1.82. Handoff. And it obviously looks like it's going to be definitely a running game for the Eagles and a passing game for the Vikings because they can't trust Madison because he's got fumbleitis. Hurts. And that's why I didn't pick him in fantasy. I don't know. That first place schedule kind of concerned me. Especially with New England at the first game. I was like, that's one of the top 5 defenses. I was like, I don't even know if they're going to be able to win that game. And if they do, how much are they going to win by? It's not like I think Mac Jones is great. He's not good, but you never know with turnovers and whatnot. And also the Eagles are at a disadvantage in this game because you don't have your starting running back in Kenneth Gainwell, and you don't got Bradbury out there. And people that don't understand Eagle football, those are very key contributors. I know you got Swift. I know you got Boston Scott. I know you got Rashad Penny, but it's not Gainwell. Gainwell is really good at catching the ball in the backfield, and Bradbury's a shit talker, and he's good. So, you got to know depth on rosters before you make bets. Yeah. Well, I was going to go for a running back, but it was like ETN and Najee Harris. Nope. I was like, okay, I'll just take my chances with Ramondre Stevenson and a Damian Pierce or a Montgomery later, and I'll just go for the best that's available. Why am I going to go for like the 12th best running back or maybe worse, and maybe he'll get hurt when I can get the number one quarterback or one of the top options at quarterback, But also, too, you can draft quarterback later and get Tua and then be pleasantly surprised as long as he doesn't have concussions, where he can throw up 20 to 40 points every week, if he doesn't get hurt with Tyreek and with Waddle. So you never know. There's always a strategy that you can go in fantasy. You just have to hope that those players land in your lap and you're smart and you research the league. And you have to look at the schedule and, there's a lot of factors, injuries, depth chart. Fantasy isn't just picking, oh, that guy's popular, let me grab him. Because if you pick that way, you'll never win a championship. Handoff, shake and bake. First down, Eagles. Move the chains. Both are good. Folk is the number 1 rated kicker in the NFL right now. I had him, but I didn't want to roster 3 kickers. He put up 18 points. Is he going to do that every week? No, but he's always been a solid kicker for the last 2 years. So that could be a really good backup, or you could, go back and forth between Myers and him. You got amazing kickers. I would keep both the whole season. I wouldn't drop Folk at all until he starts, not doing well. But I mean, if you're going to be able to get 18 points at kicker, and most people didn't realize that. But your boy did. I'm always looking at the stats. And I had a choice, to be able to choose either Folk because he was mine. I was the one that dropped him. I picked him up, and then I dropped him, and then you picked him up. So obviously I knew the value of what he was, but I figured Moody could be just as good, if not better, with that offense. So I'm going to trust an offense that gets a lot of opportunities with field goals rather than an offense that never gets opportunities deep, right? And then you have to bank that they go field goal a lot besides Derrick Henry, and that's what Folk is. So there's 2 strategies on kickers. Really good offense, kicker. And, extra points, extra point, field goal opportunities, or shitty-ass offense, Titans, but then the Folk is going to get a lot of the looks because they got nothing besides Henry. So there's 2 strategies to go about it that way. So you would have to just be able to look at the projected and whatnot. So yeah, and then if you have Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and Goddard, you're probably pissed right now that they're pounding the rock so much. But they're going to pound the rock, and eventually someone's going to get a passing touchdown. That's kind of the Eagles' MO. Run, pass. Run, play action. Run, bootleg. So we'll see if we end up getting something here. Good defense by the Vikings there. I mean, like I told you the Vikings could win the game. And if Jay Jetta goes off for a touchdown or two in the second half, they're going to win. You know what I'm saying? Like, he hasn't got involved yet. So Vikings defensive coordinator is doing a very good job. And it seems like the Vikings are the team that is going to go to the NFC, far. And the Eagles are kind of like that other team, even though we know that's not true. Shotgun set. Jalen. There we go, AJ. There we go, AJ. First down, Eagles. Move the chains. You got Goddard on the bench. And you're going to Seahawks versus the Lions. So that could be a win or a loss. We know that. The Lions are good this year. So, even if the Seahawks go 0-2, I still think they can make the wild card and get to 10 wins. But you got two tough opponents. One that you weren't accounting for, trap game against the Rams. And now a team that with the Lions, most people think they're going to the playoffs this year. So, yeah, I don't know how it's going to go. If Myers is going to get a lot of opportunities or a little. It's tough. And even with Folk, I mean, what are the chances of him hitting 6 field goals and getting 18 points, being the number one kicker, and then doing it again? Not likely. But he could get 3 or 4 kicks. It is possible there. We don't know. So you're just going to have to make a judgment call with that. Or look at the fantasy rankings, click on kicker, and then see who's ranked higher. And then you can make an evaluation that way sometimes too. Always look at the rankings every week if you play fantasy. Handoff. First down, Eagles, DeAndre Swift, move the chains. And I know Reflect picked him up as well. I know every pickup that's made in our league. I'm a spy. I'm a ninja. Well, Folk is projected for 8.1, and Myers is projected for 8.1, so the same. Myers is ranked 19th, and the other is ranked 1st. Handoff. Close to the end zone. Let me look. And just because someone's ranked lower doesn't mean that they can't get more points. Jalen Hurts with a QB sneak, or they're just going to push him from behind. This play that was supposed to be outlawed. Jalen. All right, so in fantasy, Myers is ranked 11th. Nick Folk is ranked 12th. So really, there's no wrong answer there. So you can really go either way. You can go either way on that one. Timeout, Minnesota. I had Gainwell and I dropped him. But I picked him up for value, even though I maybe never was going to use him or rarely, over Ramondre Stevenson or Montgomery for the Lions. But it's like sometimes you want depth, and normally I have 6, 7, 8 running backs, right? But this year I have 3. I had 4 and I dropped 1. So I'm just making sure I have backup defenses, backup kickers, backup wide receivers, backup everything else, backup quarterback until I need a point, until Ramondre Stevenson and Montgomery get hurt. And I got, Rashad, obviously for my Bucks is the third option, Rashad White. I'm not going to grab a 4th or 5th, 6th running back. I don't need to. My wide receivers are legit. QB sneak, touchdown, Jalen Hurts. There we go, Eagles. There we go, Reflect. Yes, sir. All right, so we got the Jalen Hurts, Tutty. What about my Justin Jefferson fantasy points? Hello? Oh, doggy dog needs 25 to 40. Let's go. Nice job. Well, you already said you don't think that they're going to score a lot of points against Detroit, right? That maybe Detroit maybe wins or maybe it's closer and maybe he doesn't have a whole lot of opportunities, like maybe a couple extra points and 1 field goal. And if that's the case, that's only 5 to 6 points. So maybe going with Nick Folk is the better answer. You know what I'm saying? You just a guy that hits 6 field goals. It's not like Myers can't do that. Myers can hit 4 to 6, but it just seems like with that offense, and the way that they played in week 1, you never know. So, maybe go with Folk, if you feel more comfortable that way. There's no wrong answer there. But let me look to see what I would do. Let me look at your roster. So you're projected to lose 119 to 106, but Madison for Chief Will Chief has a negative 1.6. So you're actually closer to be able to catch up to him now because Madison fumbled and had the bad case of fumbleitis. So you actually can win against him, even though he's got Allen, McCaffrey, Devontae Adams, McLaurin, Waller. I don't know why the hell he put Kadarius Toney in there. I know he's a Chiefs fan, but I wouldn't put Kadarius Toney in my lineup at flex after dropping those balls. Chief, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking at here. Well, I got to look to see who Houston played week 1. And, maybe going Lamar over Richardson might be the move too. Let me see. The Ravens played the Texans. And he only put up like a 6. So 17 for 22, 169 yards and 1 interception. So obviously we know the defense for the Texans isn't like the best, but with Will Anderson and whatnot. So maybe I would go, go Lamar, because if Richardson, ends up playing like Lamar did and they played the same defense, you don't want to get 6 points and 6 points 2 days in a row or 2 weeks in a row. So maybe go Lamar there. And then, I would put Lamar there for now. And then as it gets closer to the weekend, maybe switch it. But I think that's what I would do. You always want to look to see what the quarterback did the previous week to the defense that you're playing. I know it's a lot of work, but again, if you end up wanting to be good at this thing, which I know you do, and you want to be able to have some bragging rights, and also as a female, and also never doing it before, I mean, what a better way to just be able to put that research to work. But sometimes you need to know what to research to make the right choices. And if you don't know what to research, then you're not going to understand. But if you do, then it could be a secret weapon. Like me, when I help people at fantasy, I'm the ringer, 10-7 Eagles. But again, Richardson could end up having a 20-point game, throw for 1, run for 1, and have some good yardage. But again, he might have an off game, even though it's the Texans. You think, oh, he's going to blow up. But what if he doesn't? Lamar didn't, and he played them week 1 and he didn't. So, and who's better between Lamar and Richardson? Normally we would say Lamar, right? So sometimes, history repeats itself, but sometimes Richardson might end up having a different game plan. So you always want to be able to look at those things. There you go. Yep. The team looks much better now. Much better. The only move that you would consider is Richardson for Lamar or Folk for Myers, and that's it. Those are the only moves you make. Everything else looks fucking magnificent. It looks like a team that I have, like a sleeper team type thing. So, and once you have a roster that looks like mine, and you're like, woo, and you feel good about it, you look at it, and it gives you confidence, that's when you got a squad. Where you're like, you can compare it to my squad or like the top squads in the league, and you feel good about your chances. That's when and also just keep improving the bench. No wasted pieces. Literally, I don't have a piece on my bench that I wouldn't consider starting. And if you do, you're not going to be a champion. You have to make sure even that last piece, you could look ahead 1 week, see what your defenses look like. And if your defenses are shitty, grab a defense a week early that's on the wire that maybe has a bad matchup this week like I did, Jaguars, right? They're playing Kansas City, projected for 3. But next week, they play the Texans, right? And they're projected for, we'll see, probably, 7, 8, 9. And then they might end up getting me 10 to 14 points. It's about thinking ahead. So, yeah, I think it looks good the way that it is. But see how you had it before with Dalvin Cook and it was shit? It didn't look good. There's no purpose of having Dalvin Cook in there. Now, Lamar, Kenneth Walker III, Khalil Herbert, DK Metcalf, Brandon Ayuk, Higbee, Tutu Atwell at the flex, Niner D, Nick Folk. And Nick Folk's the number 1 kicker in NFL with 18 points, 6 field goals. On the bench, Najee, because he played like shit. Myers, just because you're going back and forth with Folk. Cook, bench player. Carr, put him on the bench for now. Richardson on the bench. And then you got Juwan Johnson, who was a former player that I had. Bench. A reserve, obviously, to Higbee, and then Buffalo D just for depth, and I had Buffalo and I dropped him. So Obviously, Megan scooping up a lot of the pieces that I had. So there you go. There you go. Jacksonville getting a defensive TD this week, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I got Eagles, Bucks, and Jacksonville D, and I'm probably going to keep all three all year. You know, and a lot of people don't do that, but I'm not like most people. Sometimes I'll keep three kickers, you know, for a week or two. Sometimes I'll keep three defenses for a whole year or for a majority of the year. You want flexibility and you want options. Like, for example, as I go into week 3 next week, right? The Bucks and the Eagles play each other. So the Buccaneers, it's 13th ranked. It's like, you know, green, red, neutral. It's neutral, right? So that's okay. Then the Eagles going against the Bucks D, negative, red, 6, right? But the Jaguars D, green, positive, 23. So that means that's one of the top, 12 options in fantasy next week. And that's why I picked up the Jags D a week early. You know, even though I had like Kenneth Gainwell and I could have hung on to him for value in the future, fuck the future. Too far ahead. You got to look at right now and next week. What's going to help me win? And I play Shep next week. So that's a big reason why you do a move a week in advance. So that way that you can take advantage of the competition. So even though they're projected for 3 this week, next week, they might get me 15 points. You know, and Jacksonville in week 1, what do they get in fantasy? A big fucking number of 13, right? And on top of that, what rank are they? Jacksonville is the 6th ranked defense in fantasy. So you know your boy swooped them up. That's how you win fantasy championships. No. What did you want for photos? Let me know. But these secrets that I'm giving y'all, if you're doing, you know, fantasy, you're not going to get these from TV. You're not going to get them from a podcast. You're not going to get them from some other schmuck that says that you need to pay him for advice. You know, like I said, a lot of this is just based off experience and my personal strategy that I normally don't give out for free because I'm trying to beat everybody, right? But I want to be able to have other people have success too. So not only in sports betting, but in fantasy. You know, when the wire hits, everyone else is sleeping. Who's awake? Me. Who's making moves in the middle of the night? Me. You know, who's made the most moves so far? And we're only in week 2. Me. So, but I'm very impressed with some of the people that are in the room that are in our league. You guys are kicking ass. You guys are doing really, really well. So, yep, I know. I knew you were on there too. Well, you're in Australia, so the time zone is different. So you have an advantage. For me, I gotta be up between midnight and 2:30 a.m. and I gotta, either go to sleep and wake up during the wire, or I let other people get people. There we go, Jay Jetta. Come on, baby, get Jay Jetta. Oh, yeah. Of course. Cowboys D, Niners D, Eagles D, Patriots D. There's certain Ds every year that are going to be dominant. Shotgun set. Cousins. Anybody that's not Jay Jetta is not a completion. It's too many. Fantasy is only meant to be for 10 teams. 12 at the most. If you do more than that, it's not fun. I honestly feel 10 people is a perfect amount, because that way when there's injuries and you got to get somebody on the wire, there's actually someone fucking there on the wire that's good, and you can have fun throughout the whole season. And I don't do any trades, because trades is cheating. If you can't win with a good draft and making moves throughout the year, you don't deserve to be a champion in fantasy football, because you already have that one person that quits. Then you get one of the teams that's like number 3 in the league, and they say, hey, trade me all your good players. They do. And then that team ends up winning the championship, and it's cheating, because they built a super team from the last place team that quit. Fuck that. That's not being skillful. That's just being a douchebag, and being cheap. So hell no, Geno Smith is not a one-year fluke. No, he'll be good. But they just got to get that O-line right, and the defense needs to be better, and obviously they don't have all their players out there healthy. So I don't think the Geno thing is a fluke. But again, they could be 0-2. It's very possible that they lost to the Rams, and then they might lose to the Lions. But if that's out of most teams that go 0-2, you don't make the playoffs. Typically, it's like, 70% of the teams that start 0-2, they don't. But if there's an exception, I would say that Seattle might be the exception. I think that they could, but again, I guess it depends on who week 3 and week 4 is. So, yeah. Well, the 18-man league is not going to be fun, especially now when you actually experience to win, because I imagine you're going to lose probably every game in that league. Not saying that you're not good, but you didn't know what you were doing. You didn't have someone like me helping you. All these people are trying to take advantage of you and like take your good players and trades. That's not what it's about, Like, you're supposed to have fun in your first fantasy football league, and that's why I have you in mind. So that way you want to actually play again next year, not be in some ridiculous 18-man league that no one on planet Earth does. You know, no offense to Brandon, but that's like the dumbest shit ever. Like, I never would do an 18-man league. Like, what do you want to do? Have a bunch of RB3s in the fucking lineup? That's stupid. How are you supposed to root for your team with RB3s and wide receiver 9s? It's fucking stupid. It doesn't make it fun. Like, oh my God, I got to go watch the fucking fifth wide receiver on the Bears, Chase Claypool, and I hope he gets a fucking catch. You know, stupid. Just saying, I'm being honest. You know, no one wants to be in a league with that many people. You know, but again, you know, you're trying to support your boy, you know, with the 12s. But again, you are going to have more fun in my league. You're going to learn more from me and the other people in this room. You're going to actually enjoy fantasy. Hell, you might make the playoffs in my league, and we have competitive people in mine. Definitely smarter than that other room. And you'll want to do this league again. You're going to want to be like, oh, I really want to be in your league next year. And you'll probably be in the league next year. So, and then also on top of that, the number one thing that's the most beneficial for you, Megan, you're in Australia. You're a female. You've never played fantasy, right? It's going to be something where you are incredibly biased for the Seattle Seahawks and all their players, past and present. Now, after doing this for a full year with me, you're going to be I don't want to say expert, but you're going to be a way more of an expert than you were prior to doing this league. You're going to know all the good players across the league, not just the Seahawks. You're going to actually know mid-level sleepers, and it's going to give you a better understanding of the league as a whole and a better appreciation for teams other than the Hawks or like the Ravens, the teams that you root for. That's the main benefit. It's going to make you not be as biased, and you're going to learn about superstars that are on other teams and rooting for them. And then maybe one day, you know, some guy on the 49ers, like named Brandon Ayuk, joins the Seahawks, and you'd be like, oh, that was the guy I drafted my first year in fantasy, and he got me like 28 points in the first game. Like, these little things like that will make you remember, and there'll be memories for forever. So, yeah, 18, man, it's crazy. Yeah. But again, it's also knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, you thought you knew football, and then now you're realizing, damn, I didn't know anything. You know, it's like you're trying to get on the Northwest Sports Fanatics level. And now you're starting to realize how much work is really put into this channel. Pass, overthrown, incomplete. Anybody can be an expert on their own team, but to be an expert on 32, I mean, no one else can do it. You know, and like I said, unless you put in like 4 to 6 hours every day, and I don't think any other YouTuber is willing to put in that much work. So, and I'm always going to give my secrets to y'all too, so that way you guys can, you know, use them against your friends and your colleagues and your coworkers and beat their ass in fantasy or in sports betting, you know? So that way you're the smart one in the friend group, not the dumb one, you know, or the biased one. So, second down and 10, 7 Eagles. Come on, baby. I need some Jay Jetta. Oh. Damn it, Jay Jetta. He was out of bounds. They're not, it wasn't out of the, are they going to try to put it on the 20? Is that a touchback? Fuck no, not a touchback. Have it down at the 1 and give him a screen pass to score. Fuck that touchback shit. Fuck the touchback. Oh, it did come out. Fuck. Oh, motherfuck. It did come out. It was a fumble and it came out. Damn it, Jetta. I need fantasy points. Touchdown. Give me a touchdown, not a touchback. Jetta. I need fantasy points. He still has it right there. Touchdown, Vikings. Touchdown, O-Dog. Touchdown, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Come on, baby. Give me that tutty. Give me that tud. My fantasy points, bro. Give me that tud. Everyone loves tutties. And Jetta has really strong fingers too, so that doesn't happen to him often. And obviously, if it gets down to the 1, you can run a screen pass to Jay Jetta trips left, throw him the screen pass, 2 blockers in front, touchdown. But we'll see. I only have 6.7 points with him. That's not acceptable. So, ENB in the building. What's good? He said, my fantasy points. Thank you, Reflect. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, $5 holla. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you. Appreciate you. Puka. Yeah, and if I didn't have so much depth at my wide receiver position with Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 2 of the top 6, and then I have Keenan Allen, who's top 14 typically, and then I also have Mike Evans. So if I didn't have those 4, yeah, the Tutu and the Puka, I would have definitely snagged those guys. Typically, if my wide receiving core needed help, and I would have grabbed a couple of those guys and just stashed them. But again, I tried to be able to have multiple kickers, 3 defenses, and sometimes when you do that, you miss out on players like this. Give me a touchdown. Fuck, my fantasy points. Fuck, my fantasy points. Well, Jay Jetta will get something in the second half. He's mad about it. He knows that he fucked up right there. He will score in the second half, 100%. Hell, he might score twice in the second half for Oh Doggy Dog, baby. Oh Doggy Dog. He knows he's my number 1 pick. He'll get me back. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, how many points do we get for a Jefferson touchback? 6? Yeah, well, also no Bradbury tonight, right? No Kenneth Gainwell to get you passes out of the backfield. Even though people don't think that that's that big of a deal, it is. Gainwell is the best running back you got. He's better than Swift. Boston Scott's the power back. Swift is a power back. Penny is 4th string. You don't even need to play him. So, you got to have a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield. No one can do it effectively besides Kenneth Gainwell. And you don't have Miles Sanders there anymore either. So. It's all good. He's the best receiver in the game. He'll get me back. I ain't worried about it. He'll still get me to 15 to 20 points. Hopefully more than that. He's like all of a sudden an 80-yard touchdown. Give me those points. 80-yard tutty's worth like 14 too. There's Amon-Ra for you. It's my guy. You like him because you like USC. I like him because he's just a fucking great player. I don't discriminate because I'm a Duck fan and I'm not going to be getting USC players. If anything, I'm going to grab them first. Hell, give me Caleb. There we go. Appreciate you for your support. A little Puka. Those are fire photos. A little Amon-Ra for your donation. Let me know what you want, Reflect, and I got you as well. But remember also the Eagles fans, you got a first place schedule, not a last place or third place schedule. Hell, not even a second place schedule. So sometimes when you play shitty teams the year before, that gives you those extra 1 to 3 wins to get you to 13, 14 wins. Otherwise, you would have been a 10 to 12 win team. But sometimes you get those cheap wins against a shitty opponent like the NFC South or AFC South. And then sometimes those are extra 3 or 4 wins that you get that you don't get the following year because it changes every year. You play the AFC South one year, then the next year you might play the AFC East. And then the next year you play the AFC West. It rotates like clockwork. If you look at the schedule, that's how it works. So 10-7 Eagles. Hurts. Got plenty of time out there. Make a sandwich. He's like, I don't want to fumble the bag. But Kevin Hart's score of 17-14 looks like might happen. But I hope we get more than that. I hope we get into the 20s because I need some fantasy points. So yeah, and the number one thing that surprises you the most, right, is not only the Eagles underwhelming, it's not just that. It's the Vikings defense is better than advertised, and they did that same shit against the Bucs. Like the Vikings defense is like, we're supposed to be shitty this year. You know, they weren't supposed to be good this year, but for whatever reason, the new D coordinator got them motivated. And even though they lost the Bucs week 1, they're more motivated to win this game than the Eagles are. Eagles are 1-0. This is a trap game. They think, you know, going into the game, Minnesota, they got Jay Jetta, but Cousins is a turnover machine. We got this in the bag in front of the Philly fans, eating cheesesteaks and beer. They're drunk. We're drunk. We're going to win. And then all of a sudden you go in the game and it's 10-7 at halftime and you're like, oh shit, maybe we're not as good as we think we are. Maybe Minnesota's defense is a little bit better. And maybe, you know, Minnesota's more hungry because they lost the first game to the Bucs. And that's exactly what it is. You know, if Philly loses this game, no big deal. Minnesota loses, they go to 0-2. Backs against the wall, better performance. That's my opinion. So I think the Vikings definitely could win this game. Absolutely. Shotgun set. Hurts. But they need to be able to force Hurts, or Scott or DeAndre Swift or Penny to fumble. You need to be able to rip the ball out. And if you can't and get sack lunches, then you're going to have to get a pick six, a fumble for a touchdown, but primarily maybe a punt return, kick return for a touchdown. You get that X factor move, pick six, fumble for a touchdown, punt return, kick return for a touchdown. That's going to give you that Uncle Mo. Then going in later, then that big Jay Jetta play comes. So we'll see if we end up getting that or not. Otherwise, the Eagles will squeak by and end up winning by 3 to 7 points if they don't get that big play. But if they get that big play in the second half, then maybe the Vikings can steal one and win by 3. You know, but it's not going to be like a blowout on either end. So well, the Eagles didn't look very good against New England, but New England's defense is typically top 5. But you just assume that your defense would have shut down Mac Jones, and you really didn't. You know, that's the concerning part, is that the Philly defense, which is the reason why they lost the Super Bowl, no sacks, no picks on Mahomes. You need to do something. Jalen Carter's a man, but I need sack lunches. I need picks. You know, Fletcher Cox is old as shit. I need him to play like the Pro Bowl player that he is, and you can't count on Big Play Slay getting a pick six every week. He'll do it, you know, from time to time and make plays, but other than him, what else are you getting? Where are the linebackers? Where is the defensive line? You know, and if you don't get pressure and you just let Kirk go back there, then Kirk O'Bangs is going to fuck you up. Eventually, him and Jay Jetta are going to connect and you're going to lose. Kick is up, and it is good. Damn it, I'm going against Elliott in fantasy. Motherfuck, how long was that? 61? Fuck. No. Motherfuck. No. 61? That was worth 6 points. Son of a bitch. Elliott's got 9 now. Motherfucker. You got to be kidding me. 61-yard field goal worth 6 points. Motherfuck. Nice job. I'll give him that. And that might help the Eagles with a little bit of confidence. I just don't want to go against that. Look at him smiling. Look at Sirianni. He's like, that's my motherfucking dude. Buying you a fucking cheesesteak after. Maybe 2. Wow. You know, and not only that, Nakobe Dean, like you're going to need, it shows you the linebackers need to be better. The secondary needs to be a hell of a lot better than just Big Play Slay. And the D-line needs to act like they have a D-line. You know, it's like you have all these great players from Georgia. You have like these names like Fletcher Cox and Big Play Slay. I get it. But all you needed to do to win the Super Bowl, right, is just to get a couple third down stops, maybe 1 pick and like 2 sacks, 3 sacks, and you would have won. Now, you didn't have to get 5 sacks and 3 picks and a pick six and a fumble for a touchdown and a fucking kick return for a touchdown. all you needed to do is get like a pick and maybe 2 sacks and a couple third down stops on Mahomes, you would have won the Super Bowl. So it shows you it's not the offense that's the fucking problem. It's the defense. And that's I'm a defensive guy. I should know. We saw the Bucs when they played Mahomes and the other Super Bowl, motherfucker didn't have a touchdown pass. There's a difference when you have Hall of Famers on your defense and when you don't. Not saying that Fletcher Cox and Big Play Slay aren't, but my players were better. JPP, Shaq Barrett, Devin White, Antoine Winfield Jr. I had better pieces. Sean Murphy Bunting, Jamel Dean. Hell, look at fucking Whitehead. 3 picks on the Jets. So sometimes you look at a team and you're like, well, they're not that good. And then you start to realize, damn, they were that good. Carlton Davis, Sean Murphy Bunting, Jamel Dean, Antoine Winfield Jr., right? Jordan Whitehead. A lot of those names, you're like, who the fuck are those guys? Those are guys that actually won me the Super Bowl. So, it's not just the Devin Whites and the Levante Davids, like the popular guys or the guys up front. Ndamukong Suh, JPP, Shaq Barrett. That definitely helped as well. But you got to have dogs. And I just don't see the dogs on the Eagles. I see the dogs in Jalen, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Goddard, Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson. Dogs. What about the defense? Soft. S-A-W-F-T. Soft. You got to be better if you want to be Enzo Amore and Big Cass. You feel me? Fletcher Cox is a dog. Jalen Carter's a dog. Nakobe Dean's a dog. Big Play Slay is a dog. But the problem is they're never on the field together at the same time. They got to be better. And then obviously the defensive coordinator that left, he lost it for you last year too. Period. So you got to be better. It was Jonathan, but it also not only was Gannon's fault, your players didn't play well. The Chiefs O-line dominated the Eagle D-line. That wasn't supposed to happen. The weakest part about the Chiefs team is their O-line, and you couldn't dominate that piece of the game, and you lost. That's just the truth, not being a hater. I think that you guys are going to end up winning a Super Bowl in the next 5 years, but you didn't deserve to win it there because the defense played like shit, and the defense needs to be better. Like, how the hell are you going to have all those great players from Georgia, Big Play Slay, Fletcher Cox, all those guys, and you couldn't muster one fucking sack lunch or one pick? I prevented Mahomes from getting, any fucking touchdown passes, multiple picks and sacks, So it shows you my Buck defense is on a whole nother level than the Eagle defense. You know what I mean? Offensive line didn't do their job. And it's not like the Chiefs had Willie Roaf, or like an Orlando Pace, or like these amazing guys up front. You're like, oh my God, they got Orlando Pace. We're fucked. There was no excuse. Your offense was on the same mode as the Chiefs, sometimes even better than them with Jalen Hurts, right? But the defense was some shit. And then, Eagle fans need to, embrace that. They have to understand that's what lost you. Not just Gannon, you know what I mean? But it was also the players that didn't play well, specifically the D-line and the secondary. Yeah, but also, too, when you go against Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Kelsey, and Eric Bieniemy, you better be on your game because if you're not, you're going to lose. I mean, that best quarterback, best head coach, best tight end, arguably best play caller. What did you have that was the best? Nothing, right? What did you have that was the best? Nothing. Jalen Hurts, you consider one of the best quarterback, right? A.J. Brown, top 10, Devontae Smith, top 12, Goddard, top 6. But what did you have that was the best? Nothing, and that's the problem. So, but I still think that the Eagles are going to be good enough to hopefully get there again, but again, the Niners, you see, even though they have Brock Purdy instead of, Jalen Hurts, they're built long-term, longer because their front office is better. You know what I mean? Look at who they have. Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. Doesn't matter who their running backs are. They always get points. Doesn't matter who their quarterback is. Always gets points. Offensive line, one of the best, just like the Eagles. And then the difference is the Niner players on defense are better. Nick Bosa, better. Talanoa Hufanga, better. Fred Warner, better. I mean, I'm not saying things that are lies. So sometimes people just need to realize those things, that sometimes things get overhyped by the media or the Eagle fans thinking that they're better than they are. They were very, very good. But again, the offensive line, right? You didn't do your job, and obviously the D-line didn't do their job either. If the D-line would have done their job and the secondary, you guys would have won that Super Bowl and probably won the Super Bowl by 10 or more. It wouldn't have been close. So, but we'll see what happens. But, there's certain teams that are built for the long-term success. Niners, Eagles, Saints, They feel like they have a pretty good, well-rounded roster. Teams on the up and up, Packers, Lions, Falcons, Seahawks, if they can get over this hump on the Lions and not go down 0-2, because there is a chance if you go down 0-2, you might not make the playoffs. I mean, statistically, it's against you, but you never know, But there's always going to be those sleeper teams that do a little bit better than people think. Dolphins, if Tua can stay healthy, maybe even Washington being a little bit better than people think. People sleeping on them, and Eric Bieniemy went to Washington. So if Sam Howell starts tearing it up, it's not because Sam Howell is good. It's because you got Eric Bieniemy. You got to be able to think about outside the box. They already have good skill position players on the D-line and the wide receivers and running backs, but how can Eric Bieniemy take that team from being fourth place from the Washington Redskins to the Commandos and the football team to possibly third place over the Giants and then eventually second place competing with the Eagles and Cowboys? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, 7 points. I mean, I got Eagles D on my bench. Maybe I should have played them, but I have a feeling that Minnesota is going to give me some points with Jay Jetta, so we'll see how it goes. All right, let me look at my fantasy here real quick. You want me to put up some Seahawk players for you, Reflect? I only have 8.7 with Jefferson. That's not good. 11 for the Eagles, and that's what they had last week too. But I have Buccaneers against the Bears, which I think that could be very promising. And then I also have Jaguars for next week. And they play the Chiefs this week, only projected 3. But I think next week they'll be projected for like 7 or 8. And could get me 10-14. Jags D is special. Like, I don't think people realize, when they think of a team, sometimes like the offense might not be very good, like the Patriots, and you say Patriots, you think instantly Mac Jones, Bill Belichick, that team sucks. They're fourth place. But then you're like defense Patriots, top 5 defense in the league, points wise for fantasy. So sometimes you got to be able to understand, just because when someone says New England Patriots, yeah, they might suck on the offense, but the defense doesn't. So you have to look at it at that end too. Some JSN. Okay, let's do it. Jay Jetta scoring in the second half. Book it.
High school, I really thought that I was good enough to got into Division I football and play with the top competition. Especially seeing other guys I knew that got scholarships. That competitively going, I'm good at that.
He was the guy in high school just always trying to solidify himself, prove to everyone that he is worth the scholarship.
Yeah, so Morgan, what are we going on? The idea that you're going to work as hard as you've always worked, and everything will work out. And, the massive letdown middle of the senior season when we got nothing.
I didn't get a scholarship. It was very much something that I took very personal.
And my words to him basically were, if you want to play football at that level,
the best people are the ones that are slept on. The best people are the ones that are overlooked. It's not about the popular people, right, that are out there. It's about the people that are hardest workers in the room. And those people end up, shining. And they may have to take a couple bumps in the road, but eventually they're going to end up getting there. And I always feel like I'm an underdog as well compared to everyone else. And at some point, we're going to end up having one of the biggest sports channels, on YouTube, period. It's just a matter of before people start realizing if you want to end up getting knowledge and you want to end up getting stats and analytics, you ain't going to get it anywhere else on this kind of level. And that's big facts. And eventually people will start to realize that, and that's when we're going to blow up. Because I honestly don't think that there's anybody that's better. Like I said, there's a lot of people that are more popular, but based on what we do here, the people that we have in the room, the actual support that we have, and just what we actually do here on a regular basis, no one can call a game the way that we do here. No one can end up doing a reaction video the same way. A lot of people try. What's funny too? I ended up seeing one of these guys copy my shit and the reaction video side. So you know how I come up with catchphrases like Uncle Mo, Uncle Momentum, Sack Lunch, Yum Yum Yum. Madden stole it, put it in the video game. Peter Schrager stole Uncle Mo, talked about it on Good Morning Football a few times, right? So now what happened to my hands, right? Now I'm getting YouTubers that are stealing my material, not only saying that in the video, but they're labeling their video that with the reaction. I mean, come on, bro. It's like, can't you be original yourself? It's disgusting. But I guess it's the biggest form of flattery when you're too fucking stupid to come up with your own ideas, and you got to be able to copy someone else that obviously is on top of shit. You feel me? Let's go. You need him out there for sure. Lots of unoriginal people out there that think they are, and all they have to do is just go to other people's shit and copy and steal. It's hilarious. Thank you for your dono. I appreciate you very, very much. Ooh, look at that Seahawk hat, the throwback 80s hat with the green bill. Woo-hoo-hoo! Sick. Let me know if you want anything else. 13-7 Eagles. Cards, Browns, Giants. Cards, winnable. Browns, probably a loss. Giants, winnable. Bengals, if they play like week 1, yeah. But if they don't and it's like regular Bengals, then it could go either way, 50-50. Yep. I agree. $5 holla. Thank you. Appreciate you. The grind is real. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. And I really am proud of the way that I end up doing reaction videos, because most people, when they do it, they just scream and yell and wave their arms. You don't get any stats or analytics or any type of like common sense or like knowledge or anything that you remember. It's more of entertainment. But when you do it here on the NWSF, you consistently get stats and information throughout a reaction video, and that's what it's supposed to be about. You get the entertainment, you get me calling it, but you also get something on top of it. You learn something after every video. That's the way it should be. $19. Let's get to a hundo so I can actually get nuggets and a drink and fry instead of just nuggets. Let's go. I don't know if you're new, like, sub, donate, share, help your boy out. Let's take a quick peek to see what we're at right now. We've been gaining on the daily. So we are at 19,967. So 33 to go. So we gained 1 sub since the stream started in here. And I thank you for that, whoever that was. Someone watching on Twitter X, I'm live there, but you can't donate or comment there. Or someone that's in the room right now. Or someone that was in the room and left. Appreciate you. 33 to go. And I'll update the ticker on the bottom. Yeah, and I don't even care if I get 100 views or more and it's very low on some of those reaction videos. Just the simple fact that I did the USC, for Megan. I did the UW for Reflect. I did the video for Raiders for A Guy. And a lot of y'all probably wouldn't have thought I would have taken the time to do it. But I told you, once, I get away from a toxic person and I can end up grinding, I'm going to grind harder than any motherfucker on planet Earth. I don't give a shit. Like if that means doing 16 fucking reaction videos on the NFL side every week on top of 5 to 8 college and calling 3 games a week on the NFL side and then 3 or 4 on the Mariners side. I mean, tell me who else is working like that? Nobody. So we're going to get to that number. You better believe that. I enjoy doing them too, but it's a lot of work. And you already know that, that last one that I did with Texas and Alabama, if I can have the same energy from my last video, number 7, than my first video, number 1, no one else can do that either. Think about being in the studio for 8 or 9 hours straight, and then you've been screaming and yelling at a 20-minute highlight package 7 times in a row. What are the chances that video 7 sucks ass because you're tired? I ain't going to put out a shitty video. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I would hope that you would do that. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Eagle defense. Man, I should have started them. Whoa. Fletcher Cox, he woke up. Man, I should have started that defense. Maybe I should just start Eagle defense every week, no matter what. I mean, I might do that. I got the Bucks. They got 11 points. 14 now. Wow. Eagle defense was a good pickup for me in the draft. But I got Bucks D and Jags D. Well, now I know, I can trust the Eagle D no matter what. And they know that was the bugaboo of last year. If you would have had Montez, if you would have had plays like that, right? If you would have had plays like that in the Super Bowl, you would have won. Facts. Sweat is underrated. If you get Fletcher Cox and Jalen Carter and Sweat, I mean, that's how you get results. Touchdown, Eagles. Oh, he's down at the 1. Oh, he's down at the 1. Damn, Reflect, you didn't start Swift? Barkley. Oh, you started Pierce over him? You should have started Swift over Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce only gave you 6 or 7 points, 6.7 week 1. I mean, Dameon Pierce could have scored, but damn. And then Hurts with another one, but you have Hurts, so I guess it did work out for you. No touchdown for him, and then they get it at the 1, and then you get the Hurts points while you have the other points on the bench. So congratulations. It worked out. I got Stevenson as well. I got Stevenson and Montgomery. And if as long as they give me 10 to 15 points, I'm going to score the most points every week. So Algier, nice. You got good running backs. I got Rashad White on my bench, and then Montgomery and Ramon Stevenson. That's it. I only have 3 running backs. I've never done that before. Last year I had Chubb, Saquon, and Josh Jacobs, but I wasn't able to get those running backs based off my draft position. So I went wide receiver heavy. Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Evans, and Keenan Allen. So I have the best wide receiving core. So, wow. Get Jay Jetta the ball, damn it. Well, 9 points for Swift, and Reflect now has 16. Nice job. Sarah's got 13 with Hawkinson. Smith's got 8. AJ Brown's got 4, and Madison's got -1 for Chief Chief going against Aussie 12. And my Jay Jetta's got 8.7. So at the very least, I need 10 more points. I need to get to at least 18. 15 at the very worst with Jay Jetta. So there we go. 20-7 Eagles. But this will put me in a position to get points with Jay Jetta because now they're down. The run is going to go away because Madison's a fumble machine anyways. And then it's going to go more to Hawkinson, more points. Jay Jetta, more points. Jordan Addison, more points. More points for me. 20-7 Eagles. CD Ayuk, nice. And I know most people, when they look at my team, they're like, Ramondre Stevenson, David Montgomery, your running backs suck. And then they actually fail to realize that those guys put up like 14, 15 points a game. So, you know, I mean, if you get 30 points out of your running backs, it doesn't matter if it's Nick Chubb and Josh Jacobs with 30 combined or Ramondre Stevenson and Montgomery, 30 points combined. 30 is 30. It don't matter where you're getting it from, as long as you're getting it. You feel me? But my sleeper, I think, is going to be Moody. If Moody ends up being a top 3 kicker this year, that might propel me to the championship, especially just grabbing him on the wire and him just sitting there week 1 with no Robbie Gold. So I'm hoping that pans out. And then at some point, if Carlson sucks, I can drop him, and then I can end up getting more depth at the running back position or tight end. So, but I can't get rid of Carlson just yet after one bad game. All right, come on, Jay Jetta. Yeah. And Jerry ended up having J.K. Dobbins, but he's out for the year. And he drafted Bijan, and he had Algier. And I said, just run both of them. You know, that's going to be better than anybody on the wire. Even if it's a RB1, RB2, it's probably the best RB1, RB2 in the league, right? So I was like, run it. And he got Cowboy defense. So the sports gods felt sorry for him. They're like, we took J.K. Dobbins away from you, but we gave you a better option with Algier and Bijan for the Falcons. And just to be able to say, I'm sorry, here's 35 points with the Cowboys defense against the Giants. So sometimes bad things happen, but then it opens up another door for something good to happen. So yeah. Well, I don't think the Vikings were going to make the playoffs this year anyways. The Bears aren't. The Vikings aren't. The Lions took their spot. And it'll be a battle for first between the Packers and the Lions. More than likely Packers, you know, because of, you know, the experience and Jordan Love. But I'm hoping Lions. But if the Lions get a wild card with 10 or 11, I don't give a shit. You know, as long as they get in and then maybe they win. They could win a game. So you already got points with Hawkinson. I need Jay Jetta points. Don't be selfish. Let O-Dog get points. You already got your touchdown. It's time for O-Doggy Dog to get points. I'm at 8.7. You're already with a tutty. Even if he doesn't score any more, you're already at 13.7. Time for NWSF to get points. Wow, look at that defense. They're on fire. Where was this? Zach Cunningham with the tackle. And that's good that this Eagle defense is doing well, but I'm not playing them right now. I decided to give them a break. They were projected for 5 in this game. So I was like, you know what? I'll go with Tampa Bay, against the Bears. They were projected for almost 8, so I'll go that route. That might have been a mistake on my end. They're at 14. Fuck. But hopefully the Vikings get some points so I don't feel as bad. They're slow as shit back there. They are slow as shit back there. I mean, every play should be going to Justin Jefferson and no one else. I mean, this is silly. No, JJ will be good. I drafted him. NWSF doesn't draft fucking schmucks. They're bums. We draft the best. But if you're going to lose, you might as well get me fantasy points. I mean, that's the least for you that you can do for me, sports gods. You feel me? That is not Justin Jefferson. Last time I checked, number 3 is not number 18. Come on, Kirk. No, you're good. I would want a lot of points out of Hawkinson, too. But that's one good problem to have. So many good players, you don't know what to do. So now the Eagle defense is playing better than anticipated. Like the Vikings were playing good, but then now the Eagles have poured it on, and Vikings looking like the Vikings in prime time, right? As usual. And obviously no Dalvin Cook, right? And no Adam Thielen is a backbreaker. You don't have those other guys. You can't count on Madison. You can't count on Madison or Addison just yet. You got Hawkinson and you got Jay Jetta, but you need that offensive line to give you time, and they're not. So hopefully Kirk will just go to those 2 guys the rest of the game, and then me and Sarah can get fantasy points. That's what it's about. If you're going to lose the game, at least don't let us lose in fantasy. Come on, sports gods. Jay Jetta and Hawkinson, baby. Hurts. Oh, almost slapped that ball out. Yeah, it's like Sarah picking Iowa players like you pick USC players. Sometimes you find gems that went to your school and you're like, yeah, I'm going to get this guy because it's my favorite college team. And then you just got to hope that they beast out. And then when they do, it feels really good because it's like your favorite, And there's nothing better than, doing that. Oh, Sarah wants all the points, but Sarah's 0-1, so she deserves to be angry and wanting points. She lost to Megan and put up 3 threes. Burrow with a 3, her kicker with a 3, defense with a 3. That's unacceptable for Sarah's standards or anyone's standards. So I don't blame her. She wants to get this dub and get back on track. So, I mean, I would feel the same fucking way. And that's why you got to modify that roster. And I helped her with the Zay Jones and the Sanders pick because I think that those could help her long term. I'm not going to see my friends struggle. I'm going to help them out if I can. I'll help anyone in the league, even if it's my competition, because I want you guys to be the best of the best. So if I don't win it, I know someone that was beast mode did. So I don't mind giving secrets away. 3rd down and 4 or sleeper picks away. Shotgun set. Hurts. Pressure. Got a man. Touchdown, Eagles. This one is over. Who's got Devontae Smith in our league? Jalen Hurts, reflect 23 points. There you go. There we go. Faux King Money just got 21 points. 3 receptions, 123 yards, and a tutty. Vikings secondary is one of the worst in football. And it shows why. Slim Reaper, even though that's Kevin Durant. Look at that. He ran just right by him. Speed kills. And look at him. He's just like jogging in the last 5 yards. It's like, get the fuck off me, little boy. Blowout. But that means more points for Hawkinson and Jetta now. You're not going to run the ball when you're down 20. So this is good for us. I still might be able to get to 20 points with Jay Jetta. I'm hoping he scores once or twice so that way I can get points. or a long tutty like that. But fucking the offensive line for the Vikings is so shitty. I don't even know if this play is possible. I don't think it is, but I hope so. At least once. Ouch. Chief has got 0.5 with Madison. That's tough. 10 yards and a fumble. Ouch. Ouch. And that's why I didn't draft him. Philly defense with 14 on my bench. Oh, woe is me. But I like to give other teams opportunities, you know. Mahomes, Ramondre Stevenson, Montgomery, Jay Jetta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mark Andrews, or Laporta, Keenan Allen, or Mike Williams, Buccaneers D, or Eagles, but I can't put Eagles in now. And then I got Moody or Carlson, and I'm going to go Moody. Oh. This is the Super Bowl caliber team that we've been waiting for. And Vikings about to go 0-2. No playoffs this year. The Dalvin Cook, Adam Thielen departure was more than they thought it was. It's no big deal. Dalvin Cook is old. Adam Thielen, he's a bum. He's old. But then think about if Thielen was there. He could have bailed out Cousins a few times tonight. So perception is one thing. Reality is another. You need Kelsey to get healthy. Guess what? I need Mark Andrews to be healthy. He might not play again. Dude, 2 games without Mark Andrews, and if I still win both? I mean, that Laporta, I tried to tell you about Laporta, bro, and I tried to convince you. I was like, I'm going to get him if you don't. And then I think that he is going to be a star, man. Like, he's going to get 5 to 7, 8 targets a game. He's got good yak yards. All he's got to do is get a tutty, and he's going to have 15, 20-point fantasy game. So, and that's like one of the best options if Kelsey or Andrews is out. Like, if you can get someone that's a top 10 tight end and that's like, you know, going to break out as a rookie. So, yeah, that's all over the news. Yeah, that they're hanging out. So it's not going to last. I mean, Kelsey can get a few kisses in and a few dates in, but eventually he'll turn into the next Taylor Swift song. So that ain't lasting forever. She jumps around, you know. I mean, she's Taylor Swift. I mean, she can pretty much date anyone she wants. So, and not bouncing around necessarily in like a hoe way or like in a bad way, but like if you're famous like that, you know, sometimes you know, you're gonna meet a lot of different people, and unless you end up finding the one, you know, but you're just going to be the one. Next song named about you. Kelsey Love. Yeah. Well, he tried to talk to her at a concert, and then on social media, they blasted that information out. She read it, and then they ended up going on a date and hanging out in New York. So I guess if you do have a celebrity crush and you're Travis Kelce and you're looking to be able to, you know, have a date with someone that most people would never have a chance, you know, go for it, my young king. You know, might not last long, but at least you can say that you dated Taylor Swift if it goes that far. Eagle defense 14. Woo! That was a great pick by me. Too bad I'm not having them on my fucking starting unit. And that's sometimes you have to be able to, you know, evaluate a team and see how the game is going to go. Like the game in the first half was not the game plan that we saw, right? We were like, wow, Vikings defense is playing pretty good. But then they broke, and now it's over. Why are we running the ball? Idiot. Don't you know me and Sarah need points? Golly. So take that, Russ and Sierra. Yeah, no kidding. Well, Russ and Sierra are crazy. They're not normal. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are normal. They got swag, like true swag. Cousins. There we go. Move the chains. Let's go, Jetta. Josh Oliver. That doesn't say Hawkinson or Jefferson. There's one option only. 1-8. Let's go. Nice. Heck yeah. Oh, yeah, the Swifties. Oh, he dropped it. PI? Was that PI? Jefferson don't drop passes. Let me see the replay of Slay's is grabbing and tugging here. Let's watch. Oh, he's all over him. That's a penalty. Boo! Penalty. Come on. He's all over him. Oh, Swifty's annoying as hell. Jefferson still should have caught that ball, but that was PI. He grabbed him and he hit him before the ball came. Fuck him up, Jay Jetta. Jordan Addison, touchdown. Vikings. That's not Justin Jefferson. I don't have Kirk Cousins or Justin Jefferson or Addison. Damn it. At least Jay Jetta's at 11 now. So that's, and I still got a lot of time. So. Oh, cool. The binding looks like a little kid book from like back in the day when I was a kid. That's cool. I didn't even know they did Funko Pop books. That's neat. But I like the binding. The binding reminds me of like Dr. Seuss or like some of those old school children books that I had back in the day, like Sesame Street and stuff like that. Like I had a lot of hardbound Sesame Street and like old school books that are worth a lot of money. And then I gave them to my friend's son because I didn't want them to go to the dump or just like, I needed room in the garage for like a lot of my collectibles. So a lot of my childhood books and, things, I didn't want them to go to waste and whatnot. So very cool. 19 doll hairs. Let's get to a hundo. 81 to go. Hopefully we get a goat to come in to show some love. Nothing on the Cash App side, which is a little unusual, but hopefully we'll get someone to come in to show some appreciation for all the hard work that's being done. And let's take a look at the sub count to see if we've gained anything. 27-14. All right, 34 subs to go to 20,000. Get the likes up. Let's get the subs up. The donos up. Shares up. Comments up. I'm tied 11-11 right now. Jake Elliott's got 11. I got 11. Philly defense has got 11. That's weird. That is weird. Jefferson has 11. My Philly defense has 11. And I'm going against Jake Elliott. He has 11. What's up with the number 11? That is a little odd. I'm going to have to keep an eye on things now. Now we're in the twilight zone. Reflect with 23 over Shep. Now you're projected to win. Sarah with a 13. Projected to beat Jerry. Still early. Fo King Money going to blow the shit out of Seahawks talk. Seahawks talk's going to get blown out. And then Chiefo Chief and Aussie will be going at it. And instead of being down by a shitload of points like 20, now you're only projected to lose by 10. And you could easily go 2-0. Chiefo Chief's got 0.5 with Madison. And for whatever weird reason, he's starting Kadarius Toney. So you might end up winning. So. But one thing's for sure, Eagle defense is not getting dropped. That's going to be on my roster all year. And I'll probably keep 3 defenses all year. But sometimes when you have too many, then you have like analysis by paralysis by analysis, and you overthink, and then you put in the wrong one, and then you're like, fuck. But you have to wait to see what, I think the Bucs can get similar amount of points than the Eagles against the Bears. But what happens if Justin Fields goes off and I get like a 4? That could happen too. So I hope it works out for me. 27-14 Eagles. And Jay Jetta doesn't even have a touchdown yet. Come on now. You're fine. Your team is fine. The only thing that you would swap is the kickers, and everything's fine. You already think that it's doubting that maybe the possession's down there. Just keep Folk in there then. They're literally projected right next to each other. When you had Dalvin Cook in the lineup, your team was wrong, but I got that corrected for you. And so now you have actually a chance to beat Chief with Chief. So you're good. Your team is fine. It's exactly how I would set my team up if I had your roster. Dallas Goedert with the catch. I mean, I it's really, really crazy, Megan. I'm on the fantasy app like probably 5 to 6 hours a day. No one else is doing that. I'm looking at my team. I'm looking at other teams. I'm looking at the benches. I'm looking at the wire. That's what you have to do. And most people don't have the time to do shit like that. Nice. Flag on the play. It's coming back. It's a hold on the O-line by the Eagles, but it was a good run there. Yeah, well, Cook is an RB2. The only reason you would have Cook playing at all, right, over an RB1, you wouldn't. Just because like Breece Hall is the one. If Breece Hall gets injured for the year, then you put Dalvin Cook in. But if not, right, you put him on your bench and you leave him there. It's all about, you want number one guys, number one running back, number one receiver, number one tight end. You don't want RB2s, the backup running back that's only going to get, 8 to 12 carries. You want the guy that gets 20. You want the number one running back, not the RB2. This isn't like your 18-man league where you got a bunch of RB4s in the fucking lineup. This is all about number ones, I don't know if I would drop him, but you could just keep him on the bench. I would have to look to see who's available. Yeah, I would just keep him on your bench for now, because even on the bench, he might still be able to throw up like 8 to 12 points. And if Breece Hall gets hurt, which he did last year, then Cook gets the starting position, and then he'll be averaging 10 to 15 points every game because he'll be the starter. So at this point, it's insurance, and I would just probably hang on to him for now. But I would look at, I'd have to look at your team and see what's available. So you're getting all this precious information for free. 27-14 Eagles. But also, if you have an RB2 that can put up 8 to 15 points, you don't want to drop them. Just in the fact that if Breece gets hurt, or there might be a week where all your running backs have a bye and you're going to need someone to get 10 points, and maybe Dalvin gives you that best shot, even though he's an RB2, if he gets plenty of opportunities. So, yeah. 27-14 Eagles. Yeah, my favorite thing is to do is the research in fantasy, besides tape on players and reading. Like every hour I'm on the app. There's not an hour in the day that goes on that I'm not on the app at least once. That's how dedicated I am. But again, if you want to finish in the top 3 and not finish, not in the playoffs, then you have to go harder and you have to work hard, but you also have to, work smart. You have to be able to know what you're looking for when you're doing research, not just looking and you have to know what you're looking for, what tabs to open. All right, here we go. Come on, Vikings. I need a Jay Jetta touchdown. Oh, off his face mask. We're going to win. I think there's a good chance that we go 2-0. And that whole dream of me being able to get Caleb Williams is out the door. Now I got to think about getting probably not even Drake May. Now it's going to probably be like Shadur Sanders or the Michael Penix Jr. And honestly, I don't mind. Like if that ends up happening and it works and I get Deion's son and he's awesome, or I get fucking Michael Penix Jr., like the lefty Tua, who might be even better than Tua. Yeah, give me that. You know what I mean? I might miss out on, the top 2 guys, but if I get 3 and 4 and they're, almost as good, I'll take that. So. There you go. Well, Amon-Ra is a first-round draft pick. So, like I said, if you had your first pick in the draft, wherever you're going, I mean, Amon-Ra usually would go in the first round or the second round. I mean, he already proved last year that he's a superstar like Garrett Wilson. But now Garrett Wilson has Zach Wilson, so his value goes down a little, but he'll still score points because Zach Wilson's got to throw to fucking somebody, and Garrett Wilson can be acrobatic and still get touchdowns. But Jared Goff to Amon-Ra, that's better. So obviously Jared Goff will get Amon-Ra the ball more often, and that'll be more fantasy points. So, yeah. I like Sanders. I just don't know if he's an NFL quarterback or Michael Penix Jr. or Drake May or I mean, like, people can be great in college, like, you know, Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota, and win Heismans, but then go to the NFL, go to the wrong team, get hurt, you know, whatever it may be, or just hit your ceiling and never get better. Like, you're as good as you were in college, but that's it. And then you're not getting any better than that. And then sometimes guys don't, you know, succeed to the best of their. Not everyone's going to be Patrick Mahomes, you know, or a Justin Herbert or that type of, you know, talent. So, all right, I need to go get my Snapple. Let me go grab that. I need a J Jetta touchdown, baby. Damn, they're still running the ball. Come on, baby. Fantasy points for your boy. Play action fake. Come on, Kirk. Obviously, he's got to take with what the defense is going to give him. Addison's turning into like a valuable piece like Adam Thielen was, but even higher. And it shows you Addison was ready for the role. USC receivers are starting to be like really, really special the last couple years. Amon-Ra, Jordan Addison, just to name a couple. Incomplete. You give Addison the easy one, and then you get Jay Jetta with the difficult one. God damn it, Kirk. We will. We're going to manifest a Jefferson TD probably in the fourth quarter. You got him in fantasy. I got him in fantasy. I had him last year as well. Come on, Kirk. It's the offensive line needs to do a fucking better job. But I mean, Jefferson, how many points is Jefferson? You have 11 as well. Are you in an ESPN league? Is that what you're doing, Elliot, like me? Or are you on NFL.com or Yahoo? Which league are you doing? I mean, I would really love like an 80-yard screen for a touchdown with Jay Jetta. Wouldn't that be great? Like all of a sudden he's at 11 and then he busts out like a 80-yard tutty and then we get like 14 points just like that. Spank you very much. ESPN. All right, you're on the same shit as me then. I need a Jay Jetta touchdown like this Devontae Smith touchdown. Can I get one of those, please? Can I get a LA Knight? Yeah, I need one of those. And if you're down by this much, why the fuck are you running it with Madison? There's no point, idiots. You lost. Now it's just fantasy points for me and Elliot and fucking Sarah. That's what matters, not winning the game. Golly. How many points do you want out of Jefferson that would satisfy you? 18 at the minimum? We're at 11 right now. Rushing yards by the Vikings, 14. Trash. She is leaving. 100% she's leaving. She's signing with WWE. I like Ricky. Ricky's got cool personality. Just underutilized, undervalued. Shotgun set. Wow. First down, Eagles. Move the chains. Chief in the building. What to do, boy? Peanut butter, pickle, bacon, burger, baby. What's good, brother? Madison's shit in the bed for you, but hopefully, he'll get you something. How are you doing, Chief? Vikings are shit in the bed unless you got Jordan Addison. You got Jordan Addison, or Kirk, maybe you're doing okay, but I got Jay Jetta, or if you got Hawkinson, you feel good, but it's like everyone got a goddamn touchdown but me. Come on. And especially if Jay Jetta didn't have one in week 1, you got to get him one in week 2. Oh, you should have took him out, bro. You got to get on your fantasy shit. You're going to lose this. You're going to lose to Megan. Megan might go 2-0. This is her first year playing. You got to make those adjustments. I would have never had Madison in. I think he fumbled like 10 times tonight, breaking records and not the good ones. It sucks too because like in the last year and the year before where he was the RB2, he would always fill in and get like 2 touchdowns, 90 yards, and like 20 fantasy points. Now as a starter, he can't even score. But the offensive line is worse now. So yeah, it must be nice to have a good offensive line. That's what it's like. Like you can literally be any running back in the league and get yards. Just ask anybody on the Eagles or on the Niners. Doesn't matter who the fuck it is. You just put any motherfucker back. You could put Elliott Evans back there for the Niners. He'd probably get you 80 yards. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Chief will get the yards too. I'm good, brother. Just trying to get that sub count up. We're getting closer. I think we have 34 to go. 34 to 20,000. So if you know anybody, help your boy out. Eventually, I'm going to get there just based off the reaction videos alone on the college side and the NFL side. I mean, hell, I did every single one. So Elliot says, I'm fast as shit. Hell yeah, you are. My fucking son. My OG, my triple OG. The youngest mod on the channel. Recognize. Holes seem to be getting bigger and bigger. Minnesota gets 27-14. Eagles. Vikings about to go to 0-2. Eagles 2-0. Viking defense looks like some shit. They were good in the first half, though. Yeah, 4-man league is a little wild and crazy too. But then you can have like a super team. Like if you're just doing it with like 3 other buddies, I get it. But I think the best league to do is 10-man PPR, and it really shows how good you really are. And then if you fuck up in your draft or you have guys that get hurt, like J.K. Dobbins, your season isn't over. You'll be able to find someone, a sleeper, to fill the hole. So I like that, and then, you don't have to feel like the shit is completely over. Little floater, short gain. Yeah, and I'll do a reaction video to this one tonight, so hopefully that'll get some views too. I just got to try to get as many as I can, but like if I want to get the most subs, then I guess I wouldn't even do Sunday Night Football, and I would just do reaction videos all day. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would be willing to sacrifice Sunday Night Football for the donos, just for the subs. I mean, I guess it just depends on how many subs I would be able to get. And then if people would donate to me on the other streams, if I skip Sunday Night Football, and then they donated on my Mariner streams and the other streams to compensate me. They would donate heavier on Monday night and Thursday night if I did that. But I know if I did that, I would get more views and more subs. What do you guys think? Should I sacrifice Sunday Night Football if the matchup is a little suspect and then just do reaction videos all day to get us the most subs and the most views as possible during this football season, which is very critical because we want to get over 20,000 and we want to get so many over, we never look back. So, but the only way that I'm going to be able to do that is if I put out reaction videos on Sunday afternoon and Sunday night. And the more that I put out on Sunday, the more views I'm going to get. So you guys let me know what you think. But I mean, if the matchup is good, I'm going to do Sunday Night Football. But again, I would have to be compensated higher on the Monday night, Thursday night, the Mariner streams to do that. Because to skip Sunday night, what happens if I skip Sunday night and I could have had like $500 in donos, So end of the third quarter, 27-14 Eagles. But on the flip side, I could do a stream and be at like $50 or less. So then it would be worth it to do the reaction videos. Because if I'm only going to get $50, if that was the case on a Sunday night football game, it would be worth. If I can get $100 or more, then it would be worth it to me to do Sunday night. If I'm not going to get 100, then it would be just better to do the reaction videos because I can get 1,000 to 5,000 views on a lot of those videos. Not everyone is going to hit 1,000, but this last week we had 4 hit 1,100 to 2,700, and that was just the first week. So as more people know that I'm doing them, then we're going to grow. So. $1 holla. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, $1 holla. $20 hairs. I appreciate that. Okay. Josh Downs. But I told y'all, like I said, because if I do reaction videos like on Tuesday or Wednesday, they're not going to get the same kind of traction as people looking them up on Sunday and Monday. Those 2 days are like very, very critical. So maybe I'll skip Sunday night football a couple times and see how it works. I know what's going to happen because, hell, I used to do reaction videos with Marcus back in the day, and we would do like 7 a fucking day. So I already know what kind of results you're going to be able to get as soon as you put them out, as soon as they come out. So.
Today, let's paint. Right now, get America's most trusted paint brand at an low price. There, only Home Depot.
And then by the time I put them out, like on Tuesday or Wednesday, some will get some views, but again, it's not going to be the same type of views if you get them down on Sunday and Monday. Those are like the 2 critical days to get them out. As many as you can on Sunday, and then as many on Monday, and then some of the Tuesday ones will do okay. But by the time Wednesday comes around, those are like the worst, or maybe not necessarily the worst, but that's the ones that I'm looking to get done to complete. And I didn't have to do the Raiders Broncos. I could have done that one earlier, but I just want to be able to get them out there and get them done. So, yeah, but you also have to understand if I'm doing Sunday night football and Monday night football, that's taking up 4 hours of my time on each day. And that could be 3 or 4 videos, and think about it. 16 fucking reaction videos. I get tired after doing 1, and I sometimes do 7 in a day. And then I do college football ones too with like Colorado, USC, Oregon, Washington, Texas, Alabama. So it's like, it's easy to say, oh, just do it. But it takes a lot of fucking effort to do them the way that I do them, Pass incomplete. Chief with a $5. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. And each video I do takes about an hour to do with the loading, the uploading, like the whole process. It's not like, oh, do a video and then it's all done. Like that shit takes like usually about an hour, 40 minutes to an hour per reaction video. So it's not, so when I sit in a chair for fucking doing 7 videos, I might be in the fucking chair for 8 or 9. There's another picture for you. Appreciate you, Chief. Let me know what you want for Chief photos and I got you. You want me to throw up some Kadarius Toney for you? Not JT in the building. What's good? Yeah, but if I got people that like reflect that are going to donate like 100 to 500, and I got some heavy hitters that will help me out, you know what I mean? They can always donate when I do a Mariners stream or something else. And just because I do an NFL stream doesn't mean I'm going to get a big dono. Like sometimes we'll hit 100 to 1,300, and there'll be other times where I'll be at $50 or less. So, I mean, what's going to be more beneficial to me? $50 on YouTube, which equates to like $25 or $30 a month later, or I bust out like 6 reaction videos, get like 25 subs off of it, and get 10,000 views, like off the videos. I mean, it has to be a give or take, I guess. So I don't know. It's my work ethic, though. 4th down and 1, QB sneak. 1st down, Eagles. Well, I'm dedicated to the craft in the game, so I have to be able to show my grind. So if people don't want to donate when I end up doing the live streams, then they can donate based off my hard work with the reaction videos. Since I don't get anything for them. No one else is going to be doing all 16. No one else is going to do 16 each week and college football. So again, just showing what it takes if you want your dreams to come true. You just can't half-ass things. You have to go above and beyond, and even more than that would be considered normal. Because there's going to be a team like you, like the Raiders that play the Broncos, and it wouldn't have been fair to you if I would have just not did it. Touchdown, A.J. Brown, but there's a flag. You know what I'm saying? Because if I would have had that mentality, then you wouldn't have got your Raiders reaction video at all. And that's not fair. Because what if I get subs off that from Bronco fans and Raider fans? Even if it's like 3 days too late, they'll still appreciate that I did it. Like you. What's considered top, though? Sometimes, there would be a matchup that might get, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 views, where I could have a really, really good matchup that gets like 800 views, and then a matchup that's not really that good, and that gets like 5,000. It all depends on the algorithm and who's watching. But I know the NFC South people love me a lot, so I'll get shit from the Saints, the Bucks, and then the Falcons and Panthers. Seems like a lot of Steelers and Niner fans. Eagle fans are non-existent on the reactions, at least so far. Hopefully they'll wake up, but they used to be big on there, but I guess I have to build up the fan base again on that end. All right, talk soon. I appreciate you, Megan. Have a good one. Good luck this week. 1st down and 20. Pump fake. Jalen. Oh, incomplete. Yeah, I need to get eyes, on it. But like I said, like some videos that I thought were going to do better, that didn't do as good. And then ones that I didn't think that were going to be that popular. Sometimes you get into the algorithm, And especially like I already know my Saints ones are going to do the best because I'm a Bucks fan. And most Bucks fans and Saints fans hate each other. It would be like me being a Niner fan and getting along with Seahawk fans, or me being an Eagle fan, getting, doing reactions for the Cowboys and actually giving them love, not hate, So I already know that the Saints, they've always been the biggest supporters to the channel. Saints, Eagles, Chiefs. But as far as reaction videos, it's normally the Saints because they're just like, they're in shock. They're like, what the hell is this guy being so like non-judgmental and not biased towards us when, most Buccaneer fans are. So I already know that that's going to be my biggest fan base. So mostly was Saints fans, Chiefs fans, and Eagles fans. Yeah, correct. They love your boy. I'm the only Buccaneer fan that they like. Like literally, you're the only Buccaneer streamer, only Buccaneer fan. You're the only one that could wear that shit in the NO and get away with it. I'm like, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, even though some people would try to beat me up and whatnot because they don't know who I am. But if they actually talk to me for a second, and they'd be like, oh, Demario Davis, a.k.a. the Glue, Lattimore. He's like, this motherfucker knows it more than me. And I do enjoy watching their games too. So, and it's cool because they're known as such a toxic fan base. Then to be able to have a toxic fan base like someone like me, that actually shows that they're not as toxic sometimes as they seem. Because if they were, they'd just be like, fuck you. I say something good about their team, fuck you. This guy's a fucking fake motherfucker. Like, fuck you, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they would just be hating. And so even if they knew I was just trying to, spit the truth. So $25, 75 to go. Nothing on the Cash App, which is a little odd, but we still got time. And I still got time to get some points with Jay Jetta. Yeah, but I don't get heckled by them anymore. That was maybe like year one. But once they started realizing that I was not biased, and I actually do have an appreciation for Cameron Jordan and fucking Lattimore and, for Demario Davis, a.k.a. the Glue, AK-41 is one of my favorite running backs, and just Drew Brees and just the players, Olave now and Ryan Ramczyk. Like, What's there not to like? You know, you'd be an idiot. But of course, if I was in some like Buccaneer fan room, all they would do is talk shit about them. And that gets old. So that's why I'm not a part of them. You know, if I could imagine Demario Davis, Cameron Jordan, Lattimore, AK-41, Ramczyk, Olave on the Bucks, would I like them? And if the answer is yes, then why am I hating? That's my philosophy. So, but they don't fuck with me anymore. That was like early on, maybe in like the first year. But ever since then, they give me a lot of love, which is cool. And then getting a donation from a hater Saint fan, that's my best feeling in the world. That's like me being a Seahawks streamer and getting money from Niner fans, or me being a Niner streamer and getting money from Seahawks fans. It's like unreal. Or me being a Cowboy fan and getting Eagle fans giving me money. Like, that's insane. Like, you just, you know. Yeah, but then everyone talking shit in a fun way is good until you get that one person that doesn't, or two. Then they ruin it, you know, for everyone in the room. I don't know. Preserving my mental health and the vibe in the chat is worth more to me than having another 1,000 or 5,000 subscribers, you know, and having it being toxic. I would rather, you know, preserve the vibe rather than just try to be popular, you know, and then ruin the vibe in the chat overall just for popularity. That's not who I am. Every other streamer is that way. Views, subs, money, doesn't care about the vibe, you know, and the toxicity. But for me, I would rather have less money, less subs, less donos, but incredible vibe and good mental health. To me, that's worth more than any dollar amount. 3rd down and 23. Vikings are tired as shit. Grab him. That's a face mask. 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. No face mask called? Should have been. Or it looked like it. Yeah, but I didn't mind the chat when it got like that. Marcos, the only person in Oregon that watches my shit and shares my shit and actually supports my shit, like full time. You know what I mean? Like, he's the only one. Because like my boy Justin, you know, he's not on YouTube. You know what I mean? Preston ain't on YouTube either. You know, so it would be nice, you know, for them to hop on and at least like say hello, or, you know, but it's not for them. They're just not YouTube people. So, but Marcos is my boy. And then when we make it big, yeah, he's going to be the first one I take care of for sure. Yeah, look at fantasy here real quick. Still at 11. Philly 11, Justin Jefferson 11, Jake Elliott 11. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. Man, if you would have started Swift, 14 points, bro. I would have started Swift over Pierce. But again, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I should have started the Eagles over Bucks, unless the Bucks end up getting 11 fantasy points or better against Chicago, which I think they have a chance. But still, I guess it's, you know, it's all in hindsight. But Seahawks talk's got A.J. Brown with 4, so he's hating life. Everyone's doing good except for Madison and Brown at this point. Come on, Jetta. I need you. Halfback toss. There we go, Madison. Yeah, but I don't like skipping out on reaction videos because you never know. One of those last ones that I did might end up being one of the top 3 of the week. Like, you didn't realize it with the score, but then you watch the highlight package and you're like, oh my God, this is awesome. Like, Russell Wilson actually looked good. Raiders, Jacoby Myers is a G. And if I didn't watch it, I would have never known. I just would have saw the stats on paper, but I need to see it with my own 2 eyes. So that's why I do every single one. Cousins? Yes. Fuck. But that wasn't Jefferson. Of course it wasn't. God damn it. Oh, yeah. I almost picked them. I knew their defense was going to be good. They're good every year. But you got to be able to get the sack lunches and the picks for them to get the points. You just can't hold a team to like 13 or 17. You have to get points on top of that to make sure you get 10 to 14 in fantasy. And that's what they've been doing. So 3 picks will get you those extra points. 3rd down and 3. Come on, Jetta. Justin Jefferson. Yes. Yes. Uh-oh, right tackle's down. I got to close the window. It's getting dark out there. Dark dog. Oh, 27-14. We need some J Jetta points. Me and Elliot want the points because he is my son. Let's go. Yeah. And honestly, out of all the relationships, on the channel, sometimes the ones that you think that you wouldn't be able to bond, and then you make those bonds like Saints fans and Bucks fans, they're not friends, and neither are like the Falcons or the Panthers. Like, you're just not going to find that. It's extremely rare. Like, Eagles and Cowboy fans, they don't mesh. Seahawks and Niners, it just doesn't exist. Giants and Dodgers, not happening. It's just, there's just certain Astros and Mariners, not fucking happening. Sarah's like, I need some points. You got a touchdown though. I haven't got one yet. You got 13.7. I got 14.3. But Jay Jetta needs a tutty. I'm waiting for that 2 touchdown game with Jay Jetta where I get like 40. So. But I love seeing this Philly D, even though it's on the bench. Like, you just know that when you have double-digit points from almost every guy on your bench, you know that your team is deep. Rashad White, projected for 15. Carlson, projected for 7. Philly D, he's got 11 for me. I got Mike Evans. I don't know if I'm going to go Evans or Keenan Allen. Eckler's hurt. I'm playing against him. So Keenan Allen will get more touches and looks if Eckler doesn't play. And Mike Evans is number 1 option for Baker, so that's why that's valuable. Laporta coming in for Mark Andrews possibly. Brock Purdy for Mahomes if I need him. And then Jacksonville D next week instead of Tampa or Philly D because they play each other. I feel good about it. Calvin Griffin, my boy. Saints in the building. How are you? The Saints fans are loving the reaction videos. So, of course, that's like the preview video that I have on the channel. And I assume that that'll probably be the best video I do every week because there's going to be more and more Saint fans that are going to put some respect on NWSF's name. Top 5, number 2 receiver or top 5 overall? Calvin Griffin with the hot take. He said top 5 overall. I don't like seeing injuries either. He said top 5 overall. But the thing is if he got guarded by cornerback 1s like he did originally in his rookie year, you wouldn't say that. But he definitely takes advantage of all the cornerback 2s, and he owns them. Like, I don't even know if there's a cornerback 2 that can guard him because he really is a wide receiver 1 or 1A, I wouldn't put him in the top 5, but I would put him in the top 12. But sometimes he plays like a top 5. I'll give you that. Sometimes he plays like a top 2. Wow! First down, Jay Jetta. Your boy needs points, baby. Move the chains. Who is that? That's a dude. 25 doll hairs. Let's get to a hundo. Yeah, but against cornerback 1s, you think he would torch all the cornerback 1s the same way that he does the 2s? There's a difference in talent there. Just like when you go from the 2s to the nickels. Ah, shit. Vikings need O-line. Damn it. And I'm going to tell you this right now, okay? After this year, I got ESP because I already had the message. I'm just delivering it to you guys so that way you guys know now before it happens. After this season is over and the Vikings don't make the playoffs, Kirk Cousins is going to sign with the San Francisco 49ers. Book it, write it down, ESP. You're going to remember this day. Kirk Cousins is going to sign with the San Francisco 49ers next year. He will be their starting quarterback or compete with Brock Purdy. And then we're going to be in 2024. And then the San Francisco 49ers signed Kirk Cousins to a 3-year deal. You'd be like, that motherfucking time traveler motherfucker. It's like, that motherfucker told us in September. Yeah, but if he goes there, they'll compete. Because, Shanahan is going to bring him in. Very high possibility. Jetta ain't torching every cornerback one. Agreed. I mean, when you're the best corner, it's like being the best receiver. You're a shutdown guy or you're amazing, on all fronts. Can't stop him. Can't stop. Won't stop. He's like, load the photo. Oh, I did. I got the exact pose that you did because I knew you were going to do this. First down, Jay Jetta. Fantasy points, baby. Fantasy. Every day, fantasy. Let's go, baby. Play action fake. Look out. That's not Justin Jefferson. Now the game is close. The point spread, 27. We got our points, but I want my tutty. But I guess if we have to wait till week 3 to get the tutty from Jefferson, fine. Let's go, Elliott. My son. Let's go. I guess we don't get to do the dance and maybe we'll have one more chance. But I guess it doesn't matter if you get a touchdown. It's not like you get extra. You get 6, but I mean, as long as we're getting the yards, but just getting the yards with the tutty, that's fantasy, Extra point is up, and it's good. The Vikings have been getting their ass kicked. How the hell are they only up by Eagles up by 6? Imagine if the Vikings pick 6 and they win by 1. Like how the craziest shit would be, like something like that happens, But I need Jay Jetta with some more points. Yeah. But if Kirk Cousins is a free agent and they have money, right, they'll bring him in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can always be a healthy competition. Like Purdy could get this team to the Super Bowl this year. Purdy could end up getting to the NFC Championship game. They love Purdy. I get it. But I'm just telling you, Kirk Cousins is going to be available. And if it ends up happening, don't be surprised. You have to be able to look at the relationship that the coach has with the player. They've known each other for a long, long time. And I think it would be a very good possibility. And you could always do 2 quarterback set. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have your main guy. But again, Kirk is going to be the best version of Kirk. Kirk on the Niners, you could win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl, because he wouldn't have to do a whole lot. He's not forcing it. The offensive line, he actually has one for the first time in his career. Didn't have one in Washington. Doesn't have one in Minnesota. He can hand the ball off to, Joe Blow every time, right? Or go to Juszczyk or go to Debo or go to Kittle, right? You got Trent Williams and the rest of the guys up front. Go to Ayuk. It would be the best roster he's ever been a part of. And then you got Fred Warner, right? And then you got Nick Bosa. And then you got Talanoa Hufanga. I'm telling you, like, you add a piece like Kirk, all they need is a top 10 quarterback. You get that. That could essentially, you could win the Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins. I'm not saying he's awesome and all, but with that team, that could be the best Kirk we could ever see. And that would be his best chance of winning a Super Bowl, even if he has to split snaps with Purdy. And you never know, Purdy might end up having an injury. Right. But the thing is you haven't pictured him on that particular team. One of the best coaches, one of the best play callers, one of the best offensive lines, one of the best defensive teams, one of the best well-coached, one of the best GMs. Like, you got best. So even though Purdy could be a top 10 quarterback, and if he doesn't get hurt, maybe they don't get him. But if he does have a little bit of an injury or they want to have a competition, then that would be the best two that you could have. And imagine if you have both and you sign him, Cousins goes, Purdy starts, he gets hurt in week 4, then you have Cousins come in, and then he can finish the job, I don't know. I just really feel that that's a good pairing together. So I know Purdy's good. I have him in fantasy. You act like I'm a fucking idiot and I don't know. Purdy is on my fantasy team. He's the number 9th ranked quarterback in the NFL this year. I know exactly how good Purdy is. But I don't think you guys understand how good Kirk Cousins is if he actually had good coaching, a good offensive line, a good defense, and amazing weapons, just like he has now. But, I don't think you realize that. I realize the Brock Purdy. You guys don't realize Kirk on a team that actually has good players, he wouldn't be choking in prime time. I mean, would he win every game in prime time? No, but he would be winning a hell of a lot more. Instead of going like 20% or 10% in prime time, you're going to go 80% in prime time, where you'll win like 8 and you might lose 2. You'll see. Let me see my points. Because sometimes you can win with a guy like that. Same thing, a guy, Carr. I think you can get to an NFC championship game with Carr. If I didn't think that he was that good, it was just like Kirk Cousins, maybe being ranked 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th out of 32 quarterbacks, then I wouldn't say those things. But not everyone can be sexy like Mahomes or Josh Allen or Herbert, or Burrow, or Jalen Hurts. Not everyone is sexy like that. Or even after that with Lamar, like there's a drop off, on each tier, right? But even if you're a tier 3 guy and you're ranked 10 to 15th, you could still get to an NFC championship game and a Super Bowl, but you have to play like a top 10 quarterback to win it. That's the difference if you're going to get there with Kirk or with Carr. Like, you got to be lights out in the big games, in the NFC championship game and the Super Bowl. And if you're able to put 2 games back to back, then you can be someone like Carr and Cousins and win a Super Bowl. And if I didn't believe that, I wouldn't say it. But it would have to be a team that's got everything there already, kind of like the Saints and kind of like the Niners. So we'll see. He's better than Mac Jones. Nice try. That's like you and your top 5 with Devontae Smith said so nobody ever. You're the only one on planet Earth that would say something like that, right? Devontae Smith ain't a top 5 receiver. He's damn good, but no one on planet Earth is going to have him over Tyreek, not have him over Jamar Chase, not have him over Jay Jetta. Good, But the thing is, the only way that statement becomes true is if they start throwing the ball to Devontae Smith like a 1, and they start throwing the ball like A.J. Brown like the 2. Now, if that happens, then you'll be 100% correct, because then Devontae Smith's going to get all the fucking touchdowns. He's like the D-Jacks of the team, right? And then obviously, DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown are kind of like the Alshon Jeffrey. They're the bigger receiver, except probably more talented than Alshon at the time, right? Both those guys are better than Alshon, but Alshon was good for a few years. So, to a hill stack, I know. You know what he did last year? And I was going to consider copying him. He did Burrow, Mixon, Higgins, right? So he had 3 out of the 4, and he didn't have Jamar Chase, and he fucking raked. I mean, there was a time where he lost some games, and I think he finished like 7-5, 8-4. But towards the end of the season, the Bengals got hot. This motherfucker was putting up like 90 between 3 guys. I'm like, holy fuck. I'm like, how am I supposed to keep up with this guy? And then, and ultimately he was, our champion, even though we didn't really have a champion because of the Damar Hamlin situation. We didn't actually have he had 3 of the top 9 guys out in the playoffs. So if that happens and it's best of 2 weeks, how can you crown a champion? You can't. 3 positions out of 9 that could hit 90 to 100, but you don't got them. So then the other guy, Jake, he's like, I won. I'm like, no, you didn't. Because if you would have had Burrow, Mixon, and Higgins, you would have been bitching too. So and reflect, Shep wasn't bitching. So it's like one of the first times that we haven't had a winner in the league, but I didn't think that they deserved one. So. I didn't think Mariota should beat out Carr. I think you're mistaken, brother. Mariota might have been able to give a chance. Swift! Oh! Swift, but Mariota, trust me, I'm the biggest guy on Mariota and not being good enough. He always gets injured. He's a good guy. He's very likable. But again, winning a Heisman doesn't mean that you're going to be good. And I've always said that. I've never been like, oh, Mariota is the best quarterback in the NFL. I've never said that ever, not even once. I knew with like him and LaMichael James and DeAnthony Thomas, it wasn't going to pan out. Like Justin Herbert's going to go down in history as the best Oregon player ever. So, and I feel that's true. So. I must have been under the influence then, because that's not something sober O-Dog says. I told you I was going to tell you when you grabbed him, start him, but I can't help every single person in the league win games and whatnot. But I mean, because like I said, I had Kenneth Gainwell, right? And I was going to pick him up, but I'm comfortable just doing 2 running backs because my wide receiving core is elite, right? But I was going to think whoever grabbed him, I thought he was going to score 15 to 20 tonight and get a couple tutties because Boston Scott is going to get the secondary carries, but only a little. Penny won't even play probably. So I thought Gainwell it's either going to be Gainwell and Swift. And then when Gainwell comes back, he could still be the guy and Swift the secondary because Gainwell's a guy that can catch on 3rd down and catch on 1st down better than Swift, right? But Swift gives you that bowling ball, Jay Ajayi, dominance and that points. LeGarrette Blunt, the force. So. I mean, Swift runs like he ran for Detroit when he wasn't hurt. So, okay. He said, go back and find it. Okay. So you can have the one time in the, 5 billion streams that I've done where I was wrong about a player one time in one video and then corrected myself another 20 times after. But yeah, I don't remember saying it. If I did, I would be like, okay, but I've been very fair on Mariota. I've been very fair with a lot of the players. I've never said Justin Herbert's the best quarterback in the NFL once. Touchdown, Eagles. No matter what happened, I know who the best are. Herbert is good, but he's like fringe 5, 6, 7, but if he had better coaching, better O-line, better defense, he's got the supporting cast that you could dream of. Eckler, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. They got Quentin from TCU, even though the tight end could be better, unless you think Gerald Everett is a good player, but yeah, but maybe there was one time when Faded O-Dog said, give Mariota a chance over Carr. But the offensive line and the defense have always been the problem, not necessarily the quarterbacks. It's always been coaching, play calling, O-line is trash, defense is trash, and then you end up picking the wrong draft picks. But you do got Max Crosby, and he's one of my favorite players in the entire NFL. Chandler Jones is good, but not really my type of player that I like, but I give him love. He's Chandler Jones. But Max Crosby, that's my dude. That's like, I like him. I'm a Josh Jacobs, Max Crosby kind of guy. Man, the Eagles are rolling now. Mariota was going to be like Tannehill. Yeah. Well, when he didn't get hurt, there was a time where, it looked like maybe, you could give a guy a chance. I mean, he did win the Heisman. He looked better than Jameis, but his problem was never touchdown to interception ratio or really, really bad decisions. A lot of time it was him getting hurt and then just not being able to get back and being healthy for a full season. Were there games he played like shit? Of course, but there was a lot of games where he just played kind of like a game manager, where you didn't get the Mariota from college because some guys, are only as good as they are in college. So, yeah. But again, Raider fans are fickle, right? And sometimes you just need a change to see what's going to happen, Like if Jimmy G gets hurt, right? Oh boy, in the preseason balled out, you put him in. Are we really that thinking like he's going to suck? No, he looked pretty fucking good. I mean, I'm not a Raider fan, and I watched how he played. And if Jimmy G does get hurt, porn star or not, right, and he doesn't end up being porn star Jimmy, or he is, and he misses a couple weeks, Raiders back up, comes in, preseason darling. And I have the confidence that not only can he play quarterback, he can win the game for you on the Raiders, right? And if I didn't think that, then obviously I wouldn't know what I'm talking about. So. He said, I won last week. Now I'm projected to lose. You were the chat whipping boy. Well, I'm sorry. Well, you're not anymore, right? And look at me now. I'm going and doing things for you that I don't do for other people, like doing a Raider reaction video like 4 days late, just because it was one of the last ones I was going to do, but I did it. Zini, Panini, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, Zini, Panini, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds. Hi, Orion, LOL. How are you? I missed you. Love you. Fly, Eagles, fly. One of my favorites on the channel. She's going to the Tampa Bay Eagle game with her grandmama. family members. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Bang, bang, bang. And it's in Tampa. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Send me photos. Bang, bang, bang. It's going to be sweet. Like, it doesn't even matter where your seats are, but normally when you go to a sporting event, you're like me. You're like, if you got the money and you've been working overtime or a second job or a third job and you're grinding and you're hustling and you know you're only going to be able to go to a game a year or one game every 2 years or 2 games every year, right? You're going to work hard to get the better ticket on the 100 level if you can. Otherwise, if you sit higher, it doesn't matter. You know, you're going to enjoy it. But if you got the money and you're going to get the closer seat, then you're going to have the better memory. So you're like me. I do that with like the Mariners and whatnot. Plus, I want to get memorabilia and I got to get close. So, Zini Panini. And Zini never played fantasy. I taught her how to play the first year, and she got second place. And I was super impressed. Then played the second year, right, with only 2 years of experience. I barely helped her that year. She did pretty much 99% on her own, and she won the league with 9 other dudes, including me, that have played for years. So, you know, just because you're a girl doesn't mean you don't know football. And also, you can beat the best of the best at fantasy. And I don't know how many females are going to be able to say that when it's all said and done. So, Zini, Panini, we miss you. I got to brag on my girl Zini and all the, you know, people, female or male. If you're doing something big and you need to be shouted at, you're going to get that love from your boy. And I love it, the passion, you know, when you're Eagles through and through, and you know, like when you have that passion for something, you know, not everyone has it, and it's just cool to see. And that's why I like having people like that on the channel. The most fanatic of the fanatics, the passionate of the passionate. We set the standard of what it is to be a fan. And there's different levels of it with the gloves and the chains and the jerseys, customized or regular, and then the cool items that we find from our teams and whatnot. So, yeah. Well, we never argue. We're good, brother. Yeah. Well, but also, too, a lot of people hate on the Raiders for no reason because they're the Dallas Cowboys of the AFC. So people love to, like, pick on them. They like to pick on you guys for no reason. You got, like, cool jerseys, cool history, you know, Bo Jackson, John Madden, but they try to treat you like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the term I would say. Probably shouldn't say it here on the stream, but, you know, it's not fair, you know. But one day you guys will get it together. You know, get the right O-line, get the right defense, get the right draft picks, the right coach. That's really big, right? But O-line and coach would do so much for you guys, and the defense too. But skill position players usually are pretty fire. So at least you got that going for you. But ultimately, Raider fans don't want just to be okay. They want to win the division and they want to go to the AFC Championship games. So Eagles are tied with Argentina and Barcelona as the passion team. These are the passion teams that you root for. Passion. Yeah, and that's what I live for, the energy and the passion. Let me get some photos for Zini real quick. 4th down and 3. Come on, Jeddah. Hawkinson. Cousins. Little check down. Wow, don't fumble it. Two-minute warning. Now we put up photos for Zini Panini. That's my girl, my Veronica girl with the Zini. And the thing is like, if you like players that are linebackers that play safety, we're going to get along, because that's exactly what I look for in a football player, like, or a middle linebacker, outside linebacker. I look for the Ray Lewis, the Brian Urlacher, the Derek Brooks, the Brian Dawkins, you know, the John Lynch, the Steve Atwaters, the Ronnie Lotts, you know, the Ed Reeds, the Troy Polamalu's, and the Brian Dawkins, the Weapon X. They don't make them like this. You don't find Brian Dawkins in the NFL. There's not even one Brian Dawkins in the NFL right now. Not even one. The B-Doc. Sometimes when you know your friends, you know, it's nice. Because like it's cool to be able to see someone that plays safety that's like a Hall of Famer. And if you had someone like this, you would be like goo goo gaga. Like I posted a Mike Allstott throwback video on my Twitter X. If you want to check it out, it's insane. It's literally Mike Allstott from his rookie to his prime, running over people for 4 minutes straight. And it's fucking amazing. And whenever I think about a player like Allstott, I think on the opposite side, a player like this. Kind of good. Like, I think free safety, strong safety, and linebacker, those are my favorite position. Middle, outside, strong safety, free safety, because I'm just a defensive guy. And he ripped it out. Fumble. Golly. Flag on the play.
Just about the line of scrimmage. They looked like they did. I think that might have been a free play. Yeah. So free play.
Offsides. Oh, shit. I even hit you with the Madden. Look at that, baby. Because that's a big part of our culture. You know, everyone played. I mean, I used to play 6 hours a day. Like, honestly, if I wasn't doing like this, you know, like being like a professional gamer or trying to get to that particular level, yeah, that definitely would have been something. I mean, for the amount that I played back in the day and with, you know, knowing how technology works and whatnot. Maybe one day when we get big, and maybe I'll have like a sub channel, a second channel. Well, one's like Northwest Wrestling Fanatics where we'll just do wrestling stuff. Oh, that's a PI. That's a PI. That's a PP. That's a P. Laundry. Get the Tide Pods. Get the Bounty. Fresh scent. TJ Hawkinson. Sarah's like, that was my tutty. Thank you, Zini. I appreciate you. And next time, respond back quicker, and I'll just put you in the league. You didn't do fantasy this year, and I know, like, you know, with the significant other, regardless if you're, you know, with him or not with him anymore, right? Like them doing a fantasy league and trying to exclude you because you're too good. There we go, right? You can be in this league next year. So if you want a spot in next year, I'll just pencil you in for next year, and I'll take one less person that I have to get as a strange. You know, I don't mind having like 2 or 3 girls in the league. So, I mean, we're still going to have quality people in there, period. 35 doll hairs. Let's get to a hundo. 65 to go so I can get some nuggets with fries and drink. Cousins, floater, touchdown. TJ Hawkinson, Sarah gets points. She said, auto sign me up. All right, you're in the next year. Nice job. Sarah with the fantasy points. And Sarah decided to pick TJ Hawkinson, number 2, tight end, when Kelsey went off the board. And then I had to pick between Andrews and Kittle. So to think about that, she decided to go over what's been good to, well, also it was easier for her because she's an Iowa Hawkeye fan. So she just picked her guy that went to her college. And she thought that maybe this could be the number 2 tight end this year behind Kelsey over Andrews and Kittle because they may get hurt. And it looks like she might be right. Look at that. Fantasy points. And if you weren't going to pick Hawkinson, I probably would have. So, like, that was a good move because obviously Andrews gives you the consistency. Kittle gives you more boom because he has, you know, everything around him to get 2 touchdowns, sometimes in a game, multiple times in a season. Andrews usually just 1 or none, but he gets more yards typically. But Kittle will get the 80 yards with 2 tutties, where you might get 70 yards and 11 catches with the Mark Andrews. But both have been a little banged up. And then TJ, you know, no Thielen, there's some of the pieces that aren't there. No Thielen, no Dalvin Cook. So now it's like, oh, okay, this is the number 2 option. Well, it's Addison, Jefferson, Hawkinson, your top 3, but it's like all distributed pretty evenly. So it's like, you know, each guy might get like 8 targets each or more. That's a shitload to like distribute. So if Hawkinson's going to get those looks, you're going to get scoring from all 3 guys. And look at that. Eagle defense was at 11. What is it now? They're giving up too much defense. And they go in spurts where they look like they're going to win the game by 30, and then they let the other team come back. So they have to put their foot on the gas on the pedal, right? And they can't let up, because when they let up, a game that they could have won by 20 now is only a 6-point lead. right? And I understand where Eagle fans are coming from. This is unacceptable. You had 11 points in fantasy for me, and then I put you on the bench, and now you're at 6, what you were projected to get, 5 to 6 points, like 5.9, I believe. So that's really weird how that works out. It's like the sports gods and the bettors, they go through the algorithm, and they got a spreadsheet, and they look at every game that they've ever played. And then, they try to figure out all the averages, and then they, have the script, and then eventually, they have it within, usually a point or two. I know how they work. The John Madden. What is the earliest Madden that anyone has played in this room? And then you'll really be able to age the grandpa in me, even though I look a certain age. Like, what is the earliest Madden that you remember playing? That'll definitely age a lot of y'all in the room. But let's just say I played when it first existed. That's crazy. One of my favorites of all time is Madden 95 with Dion. That one is amazing. Even though they sounded like when you tackle a player on the Genesis or Super Nintendo, it sounded like a car going through a brick wall. That same sound in every video game of like a crash. That's what they did. They didn't have the technology back then, but it was awesome. And that's the one, Madden, where if you play it, 95, right, and you get a nasty hit, a little boo, 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 ambulance comes on the screen with a stretcher and paramedics, and the player gets put on there, and they drive off. It's like the dopest shit ever. Like little details like that. Shotgun set. But I started playing Atari 2600, Oregon Trail, Nintendo, Mario 1, 2, 3, Tecmo Bowl, Super Tecmo Bowl, Zelda, Metroid, like all the shit, NBA Live when it first came out, 2K when it first came out, Madden, college football, NHL, 95 on the Genesis and 94. It's crazy to see how video games were when I was 3 to 5 years old. And then now to be 41 and to be I dreamed of video games looking like they look now when I was 5, 7 years old. And it's just kind of crazy that it's only going to get better from here too. Damn, 93. Calvin, you older than me. Holy shit. Mr. Calvin Griffin, goddamn artist and anime artist, fucking AARP, fucking Denny's, newspaper, and coffee. That mother sucker is old. You old, Calvin. You old as shit. I like your confidence in Devontae Smith, though. Because he is the closest thing to D-Jax that we've seen. And like I said, he won the fucking Heisman. Who the fuck wins a Heisman as a fucking wide receiver, let alone a guy that doesn't look like DK Metcalf or AJ Brown? He is small. He's skinny and small, but he just runs precise and he's just like a beast. I don't. What is a comparison? What is the Devontae Smith comparison? What is it? Is it Steve Smith slash D-Jax in one player? Is that what he is? What is the comparison? But let's give Calvin some extra time since he's a senior citizen to answer, because he's older than me. 93. Everyone else in the room has started playing at 2000 and beyond. 93. Calvin Griffin. Yeah, that makes me feel hella old, because if you are a grandpa, I'm a great grandpa. Fucking Yoda ass motherfucker. Old. But it's good, though. I got some wisdom to pass on. And we can always talk football. Ooh. Fire. Zini? That is very cool. I'm going to share this picture. This is Zini's new swag. I like team swag. It doesn't even have to be my team. I just have an appreciation of cool stuff, just being a collector. So when I see something and I know it's worth something and I know it would be worth something to someone else and it's just kind of a vibe, I like stuff like this. Like swag, like most people will just have a regular backpack, But like, look at they got the little embossment with the NFL at the top. I like the zipper, and then obviously the letters are unique, and it looks like it's raised. You know, I like it. You know, most people do not go to the extreme of getting a team backpack. You fucking love your team if you get a fucking team backpack or team purse or team bag. I mean, it's one thing to have like a jersey, but when you're going like backpack, like something you go to fucking school in and shit as an adult at the grocery store, yeah, you probably like your fucking team a little bit. I like the swag. It's nice. All right, let's give me some points with some Jetta. Nobody does it better than Jay Jetta. Nate Dogg and Warren G said so. That's one of my favorite songs, so they didn't lie. Bleed green. I like your passion. And like I said, I always love it when we can get smart females that are in the room, because I would take any female that comes into this chat compared to any other on any other room on any other planet. You know what I mean? Like if you're here, I mean, your chances are you're going to be up a little bit higher, and you're going to be smarter, better fantasy football player, better than the boys. You know, the smart one in the friend group that actually knows football. Let's go. 34-28. I need a last second tutty. Come on, baby. What, Justin Jefferson for an 80-yard touchdown. 80 yards? We're at 24.9. So if that happened, we would be at like 40, over 42. Like he's got the miraculous Stephon Diggs play. Oh my God. They ran into each other and they score. The Minnesota Viking fans go wild. I remember doing YouTube. That was the very first year. You know, to have a highlight package like that and then have the Eagles win the Super Bowl, like everything kind of came together that year. The very first year of the channel. Good memories there. Saints fans, Eagles. That Vikings game was fucking crazy. 34-28. And that's what put Diggs on the map and then got the big deal with Buffalo. And Josh Allen was booty cheeks before he got there. And I don't know, sometimes he even plays booty cheeks now. Let's go. 80-yard tutty, Jetta. Damn it. What if we would have got a cheap reception right there? That would have been worth like, how many points? Like 7 points if he would have caught that, or 8? I'll take it, man. We had like, what, 5 points in the first half, something nuts, and now we're at 25. I'll take that. My projection just went up from 133 to 135.8, and we're going against 111.1. He says, screw you, dog. And I got 12 points with Jake Elliott, and I'm still projected to lose by 24. That's what I do. Let's go. No guarantee my guys are going to do good, though. Some of them will shit the bed. So, hey, 2-0. Final score, 34-28 Eagles. All right, let's put up some photos. Zini, what else do you want to see for photos? And anyone else that's donated, just start typing in the chat shit that people want to look at, and then I can do that. I mean, we won't stay on that much longer. You know, I could go to the 3-hour and 45-minute mark or 4-hour mark. So if people want to hang out for a little bit and just talk sports, I'm probably going to put on another game here just to see if there's baseball on or something. College football, Miami or Navy is on. Maybe Miami. All right. All right, let me turn this off. I'm rewatching Grimm, so that's usually what I'm watching when I'm not on the stream. So, all right. So this is Bethune-Cookman versus Miami, and they're just talking. And then let me go to Navy and Memphis. Is that what's going on? He's in the end zone. Stephon Diggs. He said, I'm him. Stephon Diggs says, I'm him. Yeah, bro. That's what happens when we got Jay Jetta. Jetta, nobody plays it better. Yeah, but the bottom line, 2 ugly wins. But remember, first place schedule, not fourth place or third place. Everyone's coming for you now because they already know how good you are. You're going to get everyone's Super Bowl effort every time they play you. And sometimes you're going to play defenses that are good, that slow you down to make you look shitty. And sometimes the defense looks shitty on top of that. So it's a combination of you can't be like last year's team. You have to be able to come to terms instead of winning like 14 to 15 games, it might be 10 to 12. And that's okay to lose 5, 6 games. Fuck it. Just getting to the NFC Championship game and then winning there. That's what matters. 35 doll hairs, 65 to go. We can buy the nuggets, but we haven't been able to afford the drink or the fries. All right, so they're just doing a mic'd up. I was hoping to watch something. There's a post-game show. I guess I'll watch a little bit of that, maybe. And I don't have Paisley here. Paisley got picked up for the night, so this is so I can hang out and stuff for a little bit longer. I can stay to the 4-hour mark if people want to chill. I don't have a problem with that. And then I was just going to probably do a reaction video to this game afterwards, or do it tomorrow morning. So. Defense too hurts decision making, but it's like when you had a point in the game when you could have blew them out, and then you kind of let them kind of creep back into the game. To be that dominant team, you just got to be able to shut the door, and then it's done. 34-10, not this like 34-28, but I think you guys will get there. But obviously it's been kind of rough the first 2 weeks, but the bottom line is it's 2 wins. Even if you only win by 1 point each time, it's a win. You're 2-0, not 0-2 or 1-1. So but if I had Paisley, I probably would get off here the stream 5 minutes. But I'm gonna probably just hang out here for a few more since I don't have Paisley. Is there any baseball games that are worth tuning into? I'm trying to look to see who's playing. Ooh, Orioles and Rays, Marlins and Braves. Oh, Orioles and Rays. Is that on? All right, I got to get some photos up. Oh, that's that future? What is this? Is this for tomorrow? I think everything completed. Everything completed, I would assume. All right, let me look. Let me know what you guys want to do for photos. Dope backpack. Very cool. And I like it. It's like got the plaque fucking top. I don't know what's cooler, the plaque top, right? Or the actual Eagles with the lifted font that I don't know if it like you can touch it and it kind of has like a rubbery, kind of feel to it. It's embossed looking. It looks fucking really cool. Like it kind of sticks out from the backpack like a glued on sticker, but it's got a good texture with the material. Like a couch or some kind of fabric material. Looks cool. Eagles. Madden. Play it. Don't lie. Did he really? That's insane. It's a lot of fucking 175 yards. Felt like it. Damn, he did. 175 and a tutty. 175 yards. It seems so fake. And shit, reflect. I was like, next time I just got to be like, dude, make the move. Plug him in. I don't think anyone anticipated 175 yards with Swift. That is fucking crazy. Reflect is like, I got him and I didn't even play him. And that's a part of fantasy you'll learn from that mistake because you'll probably hopefully still win without that. But if you do lose and that's the amount that you're short, then you'll remember this moment to try to like think things through maybe a little bit more. But no one could have predicted 175. That's just like 75 more than anyone even anticipated in a touchdown. So I don't think anybody did, because I think that when most people had Gainwell and they're like, let's wait and see. They didn't play very good against the Patriots, D, but let's wait and see one game before I play him in fantasy. And I think that's the safe approach. I think many people had that approach. So there's a lot of people out there that's like, damn, I could have had 28 points, right? But you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just have to watch the games and see how they play out. And there could have been the same scenario where he doesn't do shit and gets 4, right? And would we have been surprised if he would have got a 4? No. You know, it's like, you know, sometimes fantasy can be crazy like that. Yeah. Now you're like, ooh, and it's sometimes you got to have a good game or bad game to have confidence in a fantasy player. You know, and if someone fucks me over one week, like Rashad did for my Bucks, had all these opportunities and shit the bed. Like, you know, even if he's projected higher this week because it's the Bears, I'm going to bench you and teach you a lesson, like as a coach, because that's bullshit. I started you week 1 over other guys, and you gave me like a fucking 6 or a 7. I still won, but like, fuck no. I'm like Stevenson, Montgomery. It's like, I don't give a shit if White is projected for 20. You're not playing, you know, unless someone's injured, period. I don't trust you. You know, it's like, I got to be able to trust that you're going to do something. And if you have a bad game or two, and I got someone that's just as competent name-wise in production, you're never getting that job back until someone gets hurt. Like, it's trust. And I trust Ramondre Stevenson. And if it comes down to Montgomery, even with Gibbs splitting carries with the Lions, or White on my Bucks, I'm a Buck fan, but I'm not fucking stupid. I'm going to go with the Lions players, and I'm going to fucking go Amon-Ra, Montgomery, and then sometimes I'll fucking throw in Laporta, which I might have to this week for Mark Andrews. And I could see all 3 of them going off. And if that happens, then who knows how many points I'm going to get. But, you know, I like what I'm seeing from the league. A lot of you guys are really bringing it. And then putting the Philly D on the bench, like I thought, only getting 5 or 6. They did. But they were at 11 for like the whole game, and then 14. And I was like, oh. And then the points got scored. And then it went back like the sports gods knew that they would get up big and get you like 10 to 20 points. And then, you know, you have that splash defensive plays in fantasy, and then it just dwindles away. 20 points, 18, 14. And then you're just praying that bitch stays above 10. You like, don't go lower than 10. You were at fucking 20 or 18. Because if it goes under, then you feel like shit. You're like, oh my gosh, I just missed out on an opportunity, you know. But to go from like 11 to 14 to go down to like a 5 or a 6, I mean, and I had the Bucks D in there, 7.2 against the Bears, 28th green matchup, top 4. So hopefully I made the right decision. But even if the Bucks do ass and we lose, I should be able to get 6 points out of the Bucks D. So I can say, oh, I'm an idiot, right? But I pushed with the Eagles. At least I got what they got. And the Jags D is going against Kansas City, and I wouldn't dare start the Jags D, even though they're 6th ranked. But not against Kansas City, not a dummy. I don't have balls of steel like that. I'm going to go Jags D against Kansas City because I think the Jags D is going to kill it. And they could. Like, watch, they get like a pick 6 on Mahomes, or they get some sack lunches or something. But yeah, I got that for next week against Shep. So, because the Eagles and Tampa are going against each other, I don't know if I want to use either one of those defenses, honestly. And if I was going to use one, I'd use the Eagles. But if I got the Jags going against the Texans, and I can jag it up, Duval, Saxonville, and make CJ Stroud nothing, maybe that's, 14 to 20 points on defense for me. So he said, I need the Bucks to win for my work week office survivor pool. You will. There is a good chance the Buccaneers start off 2-0, and I just really wanted to lose to get the quarterback. And it's funny when you get these people posting, like they're like, you're an idiot. Why would you want to tank? Well, that's not fair to Baker, And then that tells me, you don't really know a whole lot about quarterbacks, even though Baker I do like. But wanting Baker to be your long-term answer after you had Tom Brady and you're trying to win Super Bowls, that's not acceptable. As a backup quarterback, yes. For 1 year, fine. But not 2 years and more. Like, I need to get someone better. And obviously the people that say that, that's stupid for Bucks people to say that they want to tank or get a quarterback. They obviously do not watch college football and recognize this is the best quarterback class that we have maybe seen possibly in the last 20 or 30 years. And it could be one of the top 3. It could be number 1. We could end up having a Marino or an Elway out of the bunch, or you have that one guy, or sometimes 2. I mean, will Caleb pan out? Maybe. Drake May? Maybe. Right? Michael Penix Jr., lefty, Tua, super cool. Why not? right? Shedeur Sanders, fuck, Deion's your dad. You have all the secrets. He knows the diet. He knows the workouts. I mean, he's training you to be beast mode, just like Travis, Hunter. So it's like you got Travis Hunter, corner wide receiver. You got Deion. I mean, so it's like Shedeur he might be able to be something. So, Quinn Ewers, you beat Alabama. That's a pretty big deal. Anytime you can beat Alabama at Alabama, Quinn Ewers, you just got into Johnny Football reference. Because when you can do something big, like it's game changing, you don't expect to see it happen. You know the guy's good on the other side, and he was at Ohio State and he bounced around, high school phenom, right? But did you really think he was going to be like that against Bama? And then when you see that, then it gives you that swagger and confidence that like Texas football is back. And it's like, Ricky Williams or Vince Young, like that type of swagger. Been a minute. So. Shep with 28 and Cousins. Yeah, but he's got Tua, though. So Tua could put up 28 to fucking what, 68? I mean, motherfucker, who knows what Tua could get. With Tyreek is like the only guy every week, even though he's not recognized as the number one receiver, but I think we should be recognizing him as like number one, number two. Like, we should never doubt that, even if Jamar Chase is up there, because he's the only guy that could get, 10 to 20 catches and 200 yards or more in a game. There's no one that can do it. I mean, like Jay Jetta and Jamar Chase, yeah, if the scenario was right. But with Tyreek, it seems like he could do it like 4 or 5 times a season. And if that's the case, and you're so above and beyond where all the other receivers might not even have a 200-yard game, and even if you only have 1 or 2, I don't know. That's pretty impressive to me. So, and Tua's not the best quarterback in the world, but Tyreek and Waddle make him look like he's top 5, top 3, top 2 sometimes. So, I like Tua. I like lefties, and that's why I'm going to root for him to do good, and I hope they win the division one day, and I want Michael Penix Jr. to be like him, but like, better, like be a cross between what we have now, Tua, but like Steve Young, and closer to the Steve Young side. That would be incredible. We probably won't get that, or maybe we'll get Michael Vick, or a little bit better, but we need more lefties in the league, and it'll be super cool to see Tua, and to see Michael Penix Jr. And then the best part is if we can see 2 lefties going a game against each other, which we haven't seen since like the 80s or 90s, it seems like. Like, when's the last time you remember watching 2 lefties on Monday Night Football? Just that alone, I'm watching. A lefty, beautiful ball, spiral, going 50 yards, Tua to Tyreek, touchdown, bang, right? Next play, Michael Penix Jr. to Mike Evans or Chris Godwin, bang, touchdown. I don't know, it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, that was the year he won, right? And I remember the Tyreek, but then also like Justin Jefferson and DK, like getting them as rookies and taking a chance. And I told you, take a chance on rookies, and a lot of times if you take a chance, like sometimes you'll get blessed and you'll turn into a top 5 player out of just a blessing, like, guessing correctly, and then having Jefferson and Metcalf be as great as they were. Tyreek was Tyreek. And then Jonathan Taylor you propelled yourself with little help and got a chip. Very proud. It's big. It's hard. It's hard to be able to get the chip. But I like the bag. Swag. All the swag. That's the guy right here. That's my guy. Amon-Ra. That's my stud. Jetta. I like him. Him and Garrett Wilson are the future. Those are the 2 after Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. There's a pecking order. And there's other guys like Devontae Smith. Of course, we know Calvin loves him. He's like the best in the world, like a Djax, right? But then there's like that next tier of talent. And to me, it's Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Garrett Wilson. And what a shame with no Aaron Rodgers. Now we'll never be able to see them do like their little cigarette celebration. And like Garrett Wilson was about to have a Devontae Adams year where he probably would have had like 1,600 yards and like 15 tutties. Maybe they're in the AFC Championship game or at least in the first round, the Jets. It would have been. I mean, I don't have Garrett Wilson, so it didn't affect me, but I obviously wanted him on Raw and I wasn't going to settle. But that hurts for whoever has him in the league. So it's tough. What he does against Oregon and USC, we don't really have defenses, though. A lot of the Pac-12 teams are offensive heavy. So Yeah, they're already saying that he could win the Heisman and he could be number one pick. But what happens if that's too much pressure? I mean, even if Dion is your dad to help you with all the secrets, like literally, Dion is the most connected. He's connected with the Hall of Famers. He's connected with past, present coaches, players, media. Like, the guy's got access to anything. So, yeah, I'm a fan. And I'm strongly considering if I had enough money to like go to that game. Like if I could choose one game to go to, even if USC was going to be in Autzen, I think I would go see Colorado. That would be the number one game I would want to go to. I would seriously overpay to be front row behind the duck bench for that one. That one would be worth it. Well, I'm D-Jax with the speed. You're funny, bro. You're a funny guy. All right, we need to do some more photos. Where else do we want to go photo-wise? You guys let me know. Should we do food? What are we doing? Players? Wrestlers? Cars? Food? 24.9 for Jay Jetta. Thank you, Jetta. All right, ENB. Take it easy. When in doubt, put food, look at it, enjoy it, get an idea, go get that. Think about it. Get something close to. Live your best life and do it through food and photos of food from the NWSF. So you guys are lucky. I don't even have this fucking shit by my house. Like if I could have Buc-ee's like by my house, I would go. I would buy a Buc-ee's hoodie, and if it was like that. I'm not gonna buy a hoodie of a place, but if it looks like that, I would. Tua going against New England, yeah. New England defense is typically top 5. So Judon is very underrated. Christian Gonzalez that from Oregon actually did really good. They're Belichick, we already know his schemes and cheating and whatnot, and sometimes sneaky play. And obviously he's considered the best defensive mind besides Dan Quinn. So those are the two best. So we will see. But Tua's got more upside than Hurts because even though Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown are amazing and got it right, Tua going to Tyreek and Waddle is like a different type of athleticism. I mean, it's more on the Devontae Smith athleticism type with the speed, but not that Brown can't move. I mean, he's athletic. But, Tyreek and Waddle, they be doing some crazy routes and the speed and just that up-tempo kind of Florida Gator in the 90s style, type of like running gun, spur your offense. It kind of reminds me of. Elliot moved on from pepperoni pizza and then got some ribeyes for dinner. Bro, you went from pepperoni pizza every day for free, right, to ribeyes. You've been stepping it up. That actually sounds delicious. I'm going to show you some amazing right here. Calvin Griffin with a $2 dono. He says, I want you to get the nuggets with the fries and drink, not just the nuggets. Great time, though, to be in football season. Nothing like it. Best time of the year. Nothing can compare. This one's a good one, too. The Carnivore Pizza. My boy. Calvin Griffin. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone knows Calvin Griffin in the Saints community. Whenever I do a post and I do a live stream, or if I end up doing like a reaction video and Calvin makes a post, everyone's like, yeah, I like this Calvin guy. I'm going to like it. Always got more likes than any other response. That's that Calvin Griffin guy. $2. You're the man. I appreciate you. And I like to, even if you're half kidding some of the time and you're trolling and some of your opinions, you actually believe it, or some that it's like a reach, but there's potential there. I like it. Potential. A lot of y'all got that potential, and this potentially looks good. Some people says that's raw. Well, it depends like how you eat it, brother. Waddle and Hill are on another level as far as athleticism. I mean, Tyreek is the most like genuinely gifted, freakish athlete besides Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase is a little bit behind, and there's others that, you know, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, and a few others, Devontae. I mean, you can never take out a lot of the GOATs, you know, that. But when you're talking about that duo, that's a like if a Tua is on, he could end up getting like 40 to 60 points, it seems like. And each guy could put up 20 to 30, and some guy might put up 40 to 50. Like it wouldn't shock anyone. Oh, Tyreek Hill's got 49.5 points. And you're like, well, he must have went off with Tua for 3 tutties. And then you look at the stat line, 3 tutties, 11 receptions, 210 yards. And you're like, oh, shit, okay. Well, but you can't say that about not many. But again, it's all Tua. If Tua can stay healthy, they're good. But if Tua doesn't, then the production goes down dramatically. So, yeah, the free pizzas, they were good. Just free pizza all the time. You just got addicted to just pizza. That's it. You wouldn't even commit to anything else. I got to find a nice pepperoni. It's good for the soul. Like looking at water, looking at pepperoni pizza slice. Like you never knew you needed it in your life until you actually see it. You know, it's like money. You see it from the first time. You're like, oh, I like that. And then you see this. You're like, oh, I like that even more. You know, but then to go, good, right? And then, oh, it's Elliot's pepperoni pizza. And you got to have extra pepperonis, right? And cheese has to hit. It has to be good. It's a bonus if the crust is good. You don't have to have a good crust necessarily to, you know. That's what it's about. Pepperoni pizza and NWSF. 37 doll hairs. We're getting close to a drink. Calvin Griffin with the $5 dono. Carnivore Challenge Pizza. Appreciate you. Carnivore Challenge. Now this is going to be some like ridiculous like shit. Like, bro, I would love to have the mods and just like me and the mods and like the close people to the channel, and then like to do something like this. This would be, I would love that. While we're watching football on like 10 different screens. Bro, let's go. A $5 dono. Oh, bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Appreciate you. 42 doll hairs. 58 to go. Pizza and Drew Brees. That's going to be the next country hit from Taylor Swift if she was smart. See, I just came up with like a brilliant idea. I mean, if she's already with Travis Kelce, might as well do that. That could be the new country hit. Pizza and Drew Brees. And then it'd be the video would be taking place in Nolans. Boom, hit. You're welcome, Taylor Swift. You have my email. Like how much time has to go before Swifties take over Travis Kelce's like socials? That could be an issue. Oh, these pizzas are nuts. I love a good pizza too. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for a good hamburger or a crazy one with crazy toppings. And more toppings, the better. And the more flavor town, the better. So, shit, I know, huh? Jeez. I mean, you already know the Kelce song is going to come out at some point. I mean, it doesn't even have to be like boyfriend, girlfriend status for them or even date or whatever. Like they could just like hang out a couple times. Swifties would be just all over his shit. Like this, he'd have to like quit his Twitter or X account. So how did you hear about this carnivore challenge stuff? This stuff is like insane. It definitely looks like some Flavor Town. I like it too because we're going to get all kinds of different options. So we go here. I mean, and obviously those aren't like little like skinny dudes or whatever. That pizza. But then look at this one. Jeez. Brother's like, you want pizza? I got you. You and your whole family and your ancestors here. Like that is a massive. I mean, the Flavor Town on that would be. Then you have to have all the homies come through. Dude, I love this, man. The OGs are all like, I'm about this life. He's like, I'm an OG. He's like, I'm a fucking physicist. All right, but don't worry about it. On my Fridays, I get fucking big ass pizza. And then I eat it with my friends. That one is insane. That's like you get half on one side, and then you got it's like 3 pizzas in one, but you won't. And then you got the half of one on that one side. God damn, that guy's lucky. I wonder how much that costs. And then like you can't eat the whole thing. What, you eat the whole thing, you get it for free or something? Like eat the whole thing and like pass out and maybe not like be able to get up. Big pie in the sky. I love seeing different pizza, different people, different cultures. I love the vibe. That's why I need to travel. I need to get to a point where we can be like rich, and we can do cool things. Everyone is so happy. They're like living their best life. You're like, oh, you got a pizza? Yeah, nice try. I got something better. Flavor Town, huh? Oh yeah, Man versus Food is great. Which one was it? Was it with Adam Richmond or was it with the newer host? Do you remember which one it was, an old one or a new one? I watch all that shit. I like Gordon Ramsay stuff. I like Guy Fieri stuff. Anything on a cooking channel or food channel, I'm all over that shit. I'm always watching it. The shows, I fucking follow like every single one. Like it's very good for the mental health. It's tough sometimes when you're hungry because you're like, I want what they're having. And it's like some steak and mashed potatoes and gravy and like asparagus and everything's like restaurant quality. And then all of a sudden you're eating like a Hot Pocket while you're watching it, but you're like, fuck it. I'll get something good tomorrow or when I get paid. Nice. There's no bad episodes in that series, even with the newer host too, Casey. You can watch it with him and he's badass too. He's got a cool personality, but sometimes it fucks up their mind and their body after doing shit like that. So all the pizza. Wow. These are nuts. Pizza. All right, where else do we want to go? We got 8 minutes unless we get on some crazy dono train or something and all of a sudden crazy stuff happens. Otherwise, I'll probably end up watching a little bit of Grimm, watching it from the very beginning. So I think I'm on season 1, episode like 10 or something. So And I got to go for another walk. Got to keep going on the walks, even with I have to miss it with Paisley. At least do a short one later on. You guys let me know. Your choice. 8 minutes. I'm just going to find some like ribs or something while people are waiting. Ribs. They put in rubs. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nothing is better than seeing like you go here. You're like, okay. And then you just step it up a notch. You're like, yes. This is my life. Bro, if you do, I know social media, whatever, whenever you do your anime, you get things going, and then we can be friends on some type of Instagram or X or Twitter or something. But that would be something that I would definitely would want. If you have see what the place looks like from the outside, get a picture of that, like the sign, and then the food. That would be, yeah, that sounds kind of fake. But then if it's like actually real, you're like, oh. Because there's no way you're eating that in one sitting. At least I wouldn't think so. Unless you haven't eaten like a week or something or a few days. Oh, with the brown sugar. Brown sugar baby backs. I mean, it takes you to a place like when you look at water or when you watch football, you get like mesmerized for a second, either by the announcers or people that are on a microphone or just something that you're looking at. And it's like looking at water is very peaceful. Snow, waterfalls, water, ocean, food. That good, though. That good food. Now it's like everyone's like, fuck, now I need some of this. You did it. Congratulations. I've given you inspiration to have something delicious in the next 2 weeks. And guess what? Most of you will. And it will be glorious. And everyone else will be eating Taco Bell while you're eating this. Nothing wrong with Taco Bell, though. Or McDonald's. Sometimes you got to do it. But if you want to go to Flavortown, you can watch TV, or you can come to the NWSF. And in a matter of 2 minutes, you see the most delicious grilled hickory smoked ribs of planet Earth existence right here on YouTube. Said, here I am. I'm glorious. That's the best, though. Because like a lot of times with photos, you just look at the photo of like athletes, and whatnot. But with a food photo, it's like a water photo. You have to look deeper. So it's like you're looking at each layer, and eventually you get back to the fries in the back, but that's not the main part. You're looking at the front pieces. The glaze. It's amazing. Like you could eat this for like one time and be like happy for a week. Like you got to treat yourself. This is a little inspiration for your asses to eat something good. Flavortown. Get inspired. It's delicious. Well, there's like 4 or 5 places that are claiming, right? That's a good question. That would be a good show. I want to have one show called Unbiased, starring Orion Mikulek, right? And then something with like food. It could be at sporting events. It doesn't even, that could be separate, or just going to like famous places of barbecue across the country and being able to do like a video blog, while we're able to talk sports and eat barbecue. I mean, what would be better than that? That would be glorious. Especially if you had cool people, with cool personalities together, then it's going to be a hit. So, yeah. I mean, I watch all the cooking shows, and obviously the people in Texas win a lot of awards. Everyone's got their own, the North Carolina or the Kansas City flavor. There's always going to be like a location, that people think that I guess it just depends on like dry rub, or what kind of sauce they're using, technique, and what are we talking, brisket or ribs? Like each place has got a thing that I think they're known for. At least that's what they brag about when I watch the shows. Like they each are like a specialist for certain things. It's like shit. I want to be able to eat some bomb food for free and just have it like on a TV show like Action Bronson. Like fuck, that's delicious. Like, ever watch that show? It's the greatest. He's like one of the realest people on planet Earth. Like, if I could meet like one of 3 people on planet Earth, he'd be one of the 3. Because I feel that he's just like so real, and that's so rare nowadays. And he's a food connoisseur, rapper, businessman, sport fan. It seemed like he would be like the ultimate friend. Like that would be if you had him in your corner, you would be very happy. Just a loyal. Yeah, like one day if I meet him, that'd be like, no way. This would be like insane, like pure insanity. Like selfie or photo, or someone takes a photo of like me and him, I'll be like, this is not happening. No way. It's not happening. It's like eating food, photo. Like, this is insane. Nothing on the Cash App unless we get something after the show. All right. Well, I think we're at a good point. We're at the 4-hour mark. I appreciate all the loyals that are loyals to the soils in the building. Go over some of the food photos just one last time. Just kind of soak it in. Good football game. Eagles a little sloppy, but 34-28, you're 2-0. If you're the Vikings and now you're 0-2, it's, you're starting to realize that playoffs is probably not going to happen, which is unfortunate. But if it allows the Detroit Lions to get in, I'm all for it. So I definitely think the Lions deserve to have their time. And hell, maybe they might even be able to beat it from the Packers. I mean, that would be amazing. So, well, I appreciate every single one of y'all coming in. I checked the Cash App and other stuff. I think we're good unless I get another notification. So shout out to everyone that commented, shared, donated. You guys are the best. Anything else that you guys want to see from the people that donated that are still in the room? Is there anything you guys want to see photo-wise? Are you guys good? Because I want to make sure if there's something that you wanted me to throw up before, just let me know. I don't want to be like, bye. But Paisley's gone, so I still got to keep my routine and whatnot. But everybody good? Yes. Final score, 34-28 Eagles. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate all you guys, Calvin, Sarah, everyone in the building. You guys are the best. And I'll be back tomorrow. I assume I'm going to be doing I got to look real quick. I think it's Dodgers, Mariners. Let me look. Dodgers, Mariners. Dodgers, Mariners at 7:00. So that's what we're going to be doing. George Kirby versus B. Miller. Okay, going to be a good one. So love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you for everything. Support donos. You're the best. And I got one question for you. Who talks sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.